on Twitter yet. You're not following me. I'm hurt by that.
Well, thank consolation. I thought I had it. Actually, I thought I had followed you.
I don't know. I'm just fucking you.
I realize that. No, I'm going to make a note of it anyway. Because I think it was on LinkedIn, then I must have tracked you down.
Yeah, you tracked me down on LinkedIn, too. That's awesome. Hey, everyone on YouTube. How y'all doing tonight? Guess what? It's the first Friday of the month. Yes. Yes, the Woo train is about to hit the tracks. We got R Keith Andrews here, and Keith is going to be maybe a little busy because he's still on shift at work, but he's going to be doing this show as well. Thank goodness he works from home, but if he has to dodge out, William Pullen, the UFO historian here, who's going to get right into the Woology of tonight's show. And he's in for quite the indoctrination, that is for sure. And I want to say thank you, everyone, for a great week this week. And the month of May is going to start off absolutely fantastic as well. Next week, we got Lon Strickler talking Winged Creatures, his brand new book. We got Geraldine Orozco with the Spiritual You. We got Dave Schrader from the Holzer Files. We got Varla Ventura talking cryptids on Thursday, and then Dr. Julie Vaughn on Friday talking children with intuition. So we got a fantastic week lined up for you next week as well. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Not bad at all. Thought I had a call coming in there. Didn't work out that way.
No. All right, my man Greco is in the building now. My man Michigan Rob, how you guys doing? Good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Hey, BGs. Hey, Brett. Hey, Renee with one E. Renee with two E's. Hey, Moonstone. Hey, Zeus. Thanks for coming on in. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Eve in the bathtub. We really appreciate that. Hi, Mala. Hi, Nuck. Crystal, good to have you here. Lori and Pat, thank you for coming on in. Hi, Crystal, once again. And who else am I missing? Am I missing anybody here? I don't think so. No, I think I got them all. Yeah. Eve is now officially...
That's
Eve is officially back.
Great numbers in the chat room, by the way.
So far. Eve is now. I'm gonna call Eve Hot Tub Eve now because she's literally sitting in her hot tub listening to us right now and watching us on YouTube. Hot Tub Eve.
Are you gonna get us? Hold on.
Yeah, Hot Tub Eve. I think that's a fantastic name. Cable Guy Matt's here, everybody. Cable Guy Matt. Remember, you can order your free pieces of coaxial cable autographed by Cable Guy Matt. Limit to just one per household. You cannot buy these in stores. Hi, Shanna Banana. How's your mustache, Shanna? Even though she doesn't have a mustache. Hey, Fap and Grandma, how you doing? This is going to be awesome. Fap and Fap's grandma are here tonight. That's awesome. Mark, how you doing? We're about 2 minutes away here from kicking things off. I was just on with little Richie G here a little bit ago. Oh, yeah, it's Friday night.
How's that man doing?
Oh, he's doing good. Good. Millennium, thank you for coming on in. I appreciate that. Hot Tub Eve says she's out of the hot tub, but she loves the name. All right. Block Chick, how you doing? Good to see you here. Mr. Man, Mr. Andrew. Commonwealth Andrew from the UK, waking up early to hang out with us. Exactly. While supplies last. While supplies last for that autographed piece of coaxial cable from Cable Guy Matt. All right, Keith.
I'm just curious how he manages to write on the cable.
Well, very, very... He uses a fine tip Sharpie. Fine tip Sharpie. That's what he uses. I've seen it happen.
Man.
I've seen it happen. Hey, Mark Daniel, thank you so much for kicking off the super chat tonight. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. William Pullen. There it is. There he is. The man, the myth, and the legend all rolled into one. William Pullen has specifically,
that's outstanding.
he has specifically pressed his khaki shorts for tonight. There's the gorgeous and lovely Generation X coming on in. Donnie, how are you? Let's see here. All right, we're about 25 seconds away. Oh, we're going to have some fun tonight. We're so going to have some fun tonight. All right, guys, 25 seconds. Corrins, the booking guy, is in. Now we can start the show. Corrins is here. Hi, Julie. How are you tonight? Thank you for coming on in. All right. Who's typing? Who's typing?
That'd be my fault.
Yeah.
Just saying hello.
All right. Here we go, guys. Music is on. There's R Keith Andrews, Inner Voice Enterprises. He's got fantastic hair and sideburns for tonight. He poofed them up all for all of you. All right, everyone, here we go. Let's have a great show tonight. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters tonight. We welcome you to tonight's show, including all of our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, we have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, as well as my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. To kick off a brand new month, we always love to be joined by our resident ET expert, as R Keith Andrews is back for the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong extraterrestrial experiencer who now helps counsel those who've had their own contact experiences, whether for the good or for the bad. Your questions in our chat room will dictate where we go with tonight's show, as per usual. We are also joined by UFO historian William Pullen. The reason, Keith is actually still on shift at work, and if he gets a call, he's got to run. We can't have dead air. So William's here to hang out with us as well. So hop on the woo train, as we are going to see if we could take this off the tracks tonight. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranoia Magazine. Mr. R. Keith Andrews, we're kicking off another adventurous show tonight with you. How you doing, my friend?
Not bad at all. How about you?
I am fantastic. And William, how are the Stan Smith runners, sneakers from 1979 looking tonight?
They're outstanding, man. Ready for some woo tonight, man.
Excellent, excellent. We're going to get there. We are going to get there. So once again, if you have any questions, if you're in our chat rooms, either on YouTube or on Facebook or Spreaker or Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio or Revolution Radio or LGAP, type your questions in capital letters. I will get to them to pass over to Keith. Keith, I'm going to start with a little bit different here. I'm going to start with William here on this one. And the only reason why is earlier this week, William, we had UFO videos declassified. And I know you've done a lot of work with your historian research on this. Significant or nothing new?
I mean, it's significant that the Pentagon and a branch of the military was open enough to release this stuff to the public, which is not usually what has happened in the past 80 years or so. Usually they keep everything close to the cuff, if we know anything at all. It still shows unidentified objects. We really don't know what's on the video. We know the videos are real. They're legitimate. They're not hoaxed. Beyond that, that's all we know. But that's fascinating because, on one hand, the videos might contain misidentified military apparatus, something earthly, which is interesting in and of itself. but the potential is there for something extraterrestrial. The videos might show something as wooey as a alien spacecraft. That's fascinating to me. We don't know what is on the video, but the potential is there for something really groundbreaking. So it's kind of a little of both. I mean, it is what it is. I'm waiting to see what happens in the months and weeks to come. See if anything more comes out of this. So, but it's interesting to say the least, Dave.
Keith, I want to ask you a question because William and I have gotten into a little bit of a debate over the last week and a half or so. He says UFOs are not aliens. Yet my story about this is when you experience aliens, all UFOs are aliens. What's your take on this?
Well, I'm going to give you kind of a backwards answer here, but UFO flat out in and of itself means unidentified flying object. Now, whether you want to call it alien or not, my personal experience is I've never run into a human that was 8 feet tall with scales. You know, I've run into a lot of humans, and none of them fit that description. Besides that, when I was a lot younger, the therapist I was seeing at the time, the first positive memory I ran into was off-world. Like literally, it was an Earthrise. So from my standpoint, it's real simple. All UFOs are certainly not aliens.
Oh, you're killing me.
Okay, there are a number of there's a number of vehicles that the governments have built based on alien technology. And much as we don't identify them, doesn't mean they're alien. But I will tell you, the greater majority of them are, from my experience, are definitively of alien nature.
William, what do you say about that?
I agree with some of that statement. I do, because by strictest definition, UFO means unidentified flying object, which means you don't know what it is. If that UFO turns out to be alien, it's not a UFO anymore. You've identified it. You can't call something identified unidentified. It makes no sense. So a UFO that turns out to be something alien ceases to become a UFO because you can actually label it specifically. And Keith is right. A lot of UFOs are misidentified military apparatus. Do I think some UFOs are alien spacecraft? Certainly. What percentage? I have no idea. But certainly some UFOs are misidentified aircraft of our own design. Whether they're designed off ideas we've gathered from alien technology or not, if we're unable to identify them, they're UFOs. I'm kind of on the fence both ways, but to my mind, you just can't label all UFOs alien. They're not. They're not all alien. There are other explanations for them. But if we can label them, then, I mean, if I was an experiencer and I saw an alien spacecraft land in my backyard, I wouldn't call it a UFO because it's not unidentified. I would call it what it is, an alien spacecraft. So I'll just leave it at that.
What if it was aliens, though, William?
Then I would call them aliens.
Oh.
I would call them exactly what they are.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if they're aliens, they're not unidentified and they're not objects. They're aliens. I would call them exactly what they are.
And I do agree with you there, William. Once you've identified them, they are no longer unidentified.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which is where I run.
Whether they're military or alien, yeah. If you can label them, if you find out exactly what they are, then it makes sense to call them exactly what they are. Whether they're military aircraft, whether they're alien spacecraft, or they are alien, you call them what they are. You don't call them UFOs anymore. So.
Okay, so.
But that's just me.
Let's get to Goddess Michelle's question on Twitter right here, right now. She is asking, Keith, do aliens have cults? If not, can you direct her to have the alien or direct the aliens to follow her brand new cult?
Good luck with that. Certainly they have, some of them have their own cults. I mean, the reality is a lot of the alien races are very similar in configuration to what humans are. They just have better toys. Now, am I going to direct them to follow another cult? Well, categorically, no. I won't direct humans to follow a cult on Earth either.
I would hope not. I would hope not. You know, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think aliens come down in cultish realms there, William?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it's a possibility, I guess, but I wouldn't think so. But that's just strictly opinion. But I would keep. I mean, I wouldn't direct an alien, whether it's a single alien or a group of them, to join a human cult. I wouldn't do that with humans either. So I'm with Keith. Yeah, I wouldn't point them in that direction. And you can safely assume aliens are more intelligent than we are. They're not from around the corner. They have a higher level of intelligence, a higher level of technology. Therefore, would they be more likely to be enamored with joining a cult? Probably not. They're probably a little smarter than that. So, yeah.
All right, let's get to the next question here from Greco on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Do any aliens procreate by reanimating the dead of other aliens genetically?
That's an interesting way of putting it, because once they're dead, you can't procreate the cell. If they're actually dead, the cells can't reproduce.
All right.
So from at least that's many race that I've run into.
All right, Joey, who is wearing his special bandana for you tonight in our Space Travelers Club on our website, is asking, Keith, when are we actually going to see an 8-foot reptilian playing in the NBA?
You probably won't live long enough to do that.
If we have an 8
primarily, that would change the fundamental nature, and besides that, humans would have to get comfortable enough with the whole concept of alien races to let them into a public setting without everybody panicking.
Well, there you go. I
mean, let's face it.
Yes.
People get edged when they see a 7-foot human.
We do stare. We are rude that way. We are very rude that way.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on here as we're going to go to Nikki's question. Keith, what do you think of Elon Musk's mass satellite web across the globe known as Starlink?
Well, little I'm familiar with it. I've heard bits and pieces about it. But the reality is that we have to, we've got to have that kind of technology to get off the planet. To be able to communicate off planet. So having a net set up would absolutely work in favor of technological advancement, especially given what they're building right now.
Very cool. What's your thoughts on that, William?
I agree with Keith. You need it's a step forward technologically. It makes sense that if we're gonna somehow find out what's out there or potentially interact with it directly, we need to meet them halfway with our own technology. We just can't wait for them to come to us. So an effort to meet them halfway in space is pretty logical. So it's probably a step in the right direction. So there's a lot of stories about this whole scenario that may or may not be true, but the general idea, I think, is logical.
All right. In regards to aliens, do you think this is a good thing? Do you think these satellites, Keith, that are up there might help pick up some sort of signal?
Well, clearly the answer to that would be yes. It'll help them. The funny part about it is, people complain about Big Brother watching. Well, Big Brother has a much bigger brother. And the satellites do provide that added link for the off-worlders to actually gauge what is going on the xeno-socioeconomic standpoint. It lets them actually gauge how mankind is evolving.
All right. Let's continue on here. Let's see here. Cable Guy Matt is asking, tell us about that click-clack race or whatever they're called.
Oh, the Chick Shock.
That's the one.
Did you say tell you about them?
Yeah, he wants to know about them because he heard you mention it.
Yeah. Well, the easiest way to get a look at them is to get a look at what they actually look like. Watch the movie, the original movie Alien, starring Sigourney Weaver. They've got a dead ringer except the extendable internal jaw. That fine little pop-out jaw that they've got doesn't exist in real life. Other than that, they've pretty much documented them about as well as you can get. They are in a lot of ways, they start out as parasites. And it just so happens that humans make very good hosts. Fortunately, there aren't that many of them here.
All right, let's move on. Nikki is asking, can an alien be reanimated, then a soul put into it?
Reanimated, no. Why? Because what happens when an actual soul enters the body, it modifies the way the cell works. As soon as that soul leaves, that body, it's kind of like flash frying the entire electrical network on a computer. If you cook the entire electrical system, you can't restart the computer or reprogram it because you got nothing left.
All right. KSM in the LGAB chat room wants to know if alien females get grouchy and have the same female problems that females on Earth have when it comes to cycles.
Well, the answer is it depends entirely on which race, but do they have the same kind of, if their cycle, if you will, goes offline? Yeah, they do. The biggest difference is with some of them, if their cycle goes offline and they get temperamental, they don't scream at you, they just kill you.
So like human.
You end up on the dinner table and there's no argument back and forth.
Interesting.
I'll tell you, the worst case is when you've got an egg layer that goes off track.
An egg layer. Because
that misery lasts for a while.
Who's the egg layers?
Most of the reptilians. Most of the reptilians and many of the insectivorids.
Makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Let's move on here. Peanut Butter Rolls is asking, Keith, are there any sort of special sunglasses out there that can help us see aliens better?
Not that I'm aware of. Primarily because most aliens are solid corporeal, and therefore, if you see them, you're going to see them in daylight, and we don't have the X-ray goggles to see through a starship hull. So you're pretty much hooped.
Can you imagine that? Being able, William, to pick up a pair of sunglasses and, there's a gray, there's one of them clicky clockers, there's a Sarkosian, and there's a, there's a mantid, and oh, look at that. There's some gnomes over there playing football on the grass. I don't know. You imagine that, William?
That would be some outstanding technology. That really would. I mean, to have the ability to do that, that would be outstanding.
Quite often, you can spot the off-worlders, especially if they're on the ground, by looking at what you can't see. It's kind of like if you're looking for a starship. If you look up, and you've got stars that go missing. Okay, what you're looking at, you can tell that there's a ship there because you can't see anything beyond it.
All right, let's get to our next question as we continue on. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection with special guest William Pullen here tonight. All right, we got about 5 minutes left until we go to break at the bottom of the hour. Nikki is asking, William, do you or Keith, and William, we'll start with you on this one, think Starlink satellites will protect Earth from aliens flying through the Earth's atmosphere?
I would say no, because I still firmly believe alien technology is far in advance of our own. So if aliens wanted to do anything more proactive, a little more aggressive towards us, I don't see any way that our technology would be able to stop that from happening. I have no evidence to support that point of view, but I just think aliens are far in advance of us as species.
Interesting. Why do you think that?
Because they're not from here. They're either coming from another dimension, possibly another time frame, or they're traveling physically from some other star system light years away. Those are all things we can't do. We can barely go to Mars in a few months. We still use internal combustion engines, antiquated technology like that. Whereas to reach Earth from a far off realm, whether that's in our universe or not, that would take some level of technology that's far in advance of our own. So, of course, I could be wrong, but from a very logical sense, because they're not from here, they're traveling from somewhere other than our own planet. That would by default demand a level of technology we don't have. So,
all right, Keith, what's your thoughts on that?
Not a snowball prayer. Fact of the matter is, William is right. They operate with a much higher technological capacity. And the biggest problem, of course, is that depending on which race, but with the level of race of technology that they have in general, most of the satellites won't even pick them up if they don't want to be seen. Because they'll just shift the vibratory rate and the optical inference rate, where human satellites won't see them.
Really?
Very true. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move on here. Let's try and sneak in one more question here before we go to break at the bottom of the hour. We have a question coming from Mark. Keith, do aliens dwell in our politics?
Individuals, the answer would be probably. But are the aliens, which the hiding question is, are they trying to take over? No. They did not come light years to screw up the political system that mankind's already completely butchered. That whole concept of the politics thing comes right out of V from back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on that, William? I know you're not sure if aliens have actually landed or not, but do you think if they did, hypothetically, or if they have already, do you think they would try and make their way into our political system?
I agree with you. No, I don't think so. No, they wouldn't travel from wherever they're coming from to try to infiltrate and, on some level, make our political system less functional when it's already broken as it is. I just don't see that happening, though. And what would aliens gain from that? I mean, with their level of technology, if they wanted to take over the planet, they could do that in a day, I would think. They wouldn't have to go in a roundabout way and take us over through our government. They could do it more directly. So I would say, no, I agree with you.
All right. Well, we have to make sure that we are, prepared for that, because you never know. You never know who's calling the shots. And like I said the other night on the show, we are the greatest reality TV show that any alien can watch, because if I was up there and I was an alien race, I would be viewing Earth, the final frontier, coming on up here, gentlemen.
Yes.
But hey,
yes.
Oh, I don't even know which channel I would select. I really don't. But we'll leave it at that. R Keith Andrews is here for the ET Connection, as he is hanging on out answering your questions in the chat rooms about everything extraterrestrial and supernatural tonight. We also have the man who presses his own khaki pants, our UFO historian, William Pullen, joining us as well. More of your questions in the chat rooms with R Keith Andrews and William Pullen coming up on Spaced Out Radio. All right. There we go. So far.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The listener questions, that's good stuff. I mean, the listeners are not thinking along one line of thought. They're all over the place. That's good stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, and sometimes they surprise us and come right out of left field.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh,
That
yeah.
still makes a good conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It very much does. Very much does.
You know, and then with your beard, oh, outstanding.
You like that? You like that? I even wore the hair down for you tonight.
Yeah, that's I appreciate that. Yeah, I owe you a Guinness when you get down here in August. So good times.
Oh, for sure. I will accept that. I will accept that, even though I don't drink dark beer.
Good man. Oh, maybe, yeah. I'll get you the beer of your choice, and I'll take the Guinness. So just that's all I drink. So, beer wise anyway. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Curiosity there, William, but where are you actually?
I'm in San Antonio, Texas.
Just a little south.
Yeah, where it's already getting hot over here. You know, we're calling for highs of 98 degrees Fahrenheit later this week. So yeah, good times. So and it never gets cold here, but yeah, I'm down here amongst the tumbleweeds and the burners. So
yeah, that's a good winter temperature.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a little crispy. Yeah, a little crispy. Yeah. And David's always discussing. I always see him on Facebook. He's posting whether there's a blizzard or it's 20 below zero or it's 0 Celsius or what have you. And over here in San Antonio, we froze 4 times this winter. And that was the low temperature. That's a 32. That was it. And it rose from there. So it never gets cold here.
That's just beautiful.
It never gets cold.
That's just beautiful.
It dropped to 30.
That's terrible. Terrible.
Heaven forbid if it hits 0 or 32 Fahrenheit there. Oh my God, 0 Celsius.
Well, you'll freeze to death. I'll tell you.
Man, Dave, I would trade places with you in a second.
Hey, I will tell you this, at 0 Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit, cable guy Matt is changing coaxial cable in his bucket truck while wearing his homemade banana hammock. It's true.
Nice.
When he replaced my internet, it was close to 0, and he showed up at my door with his banana hammock and his tool belt on and a hard hat.
Very cool.
That's cable guy Matt.
Man.
Yeah, 0 degrees. Yeah, definitely.
Man.
Oh yeah, that's cable guy Matt. Uh-oh, Ric Flair is trending on Twitter. Let's just make sure that he's still alive. Let's make sure he's still alive.
Well, if he's trending, we can safely say he's alive.
Well, usually when someone is trending, it gets a little dangerous there. It's a little. What the hell is Andre the Giant trending for?
Okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah. I don't
Because my understanding is that the man is long since deceased.
Oh, like 20 years. He died young, too. Like, he was only 40, 44, 47, somewhere around there. How old was Andre the Giant when he died? He was 46 years old.
46.
My age. Holy shit. He died in 1993 in a Paris hotel room.
Yep, remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I didn't realize you were quite such a young sprog there, Dave.
Oh, yeah. King Kong Bundy died last year at 63. The Ultimate Warrior at 54. Yep. That happened just a couple of days after he got into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. Randy Savage. God, it's almost going on 10 years since Randy Savage died. Died in 2011.
Is Big John Studd still alive?
No, Big John Studd died, in the early 90s. Let's see here. He died at 47 years old, too.
Yeah, but it does seem to be that seems to be that career seems to be somewhat bad for the lifeline.
Well, they beat the hell out of their bodies so much. Yeah, he died in 1995. The greatest manager of all time, Bobby the Brain Heenan, died in 2017. So
he must have been a little older though.
Well, he was 72.
He was, I guess.
He was 72.
Okay, yeah. So his whole life.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, I mean, that sucks. Anyways, we'll cheer up the show here.
Well, I was going to say, well, the last one I thought it was the Harley Race. Didn't he pass away last year?
Handsome Harley Race, yeah. When did Handsome Harley Race die?
That was last year.
Yeah, August 1st. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, enough about that. So, You're right. We need to cheer it up. So.
Let's cheer it up a little bit. Those were the days.
Well, I mean, you got to remember, especially from my standpoint, death is a little overrated and redundant.
I know. All right. We are into our final 30 seconds. I want to say thank you quickly to BG's Mark Greco for hitting up the super chat very, very early here on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. And we'd really appreciate that as well. Here we go with the second half hour of the show. Now I got to find where I was and scroll back up.
Yeah, that'd be your department.
All right, here we go. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. Thank you so much. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. The only thing I ask for in return is hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where you can read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Rock out to Bumblefoot. We have a plethora of more features for you as well. Tonight we are talking with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. It happens at the beginning of every single month here, and we have a good time to kick off the month talking about aliens and extraterrestrials. We're also joined by special guest William Pullen, our resident UFO historian. We're going to get right back to the audience questions here because we got a lot of them here already. All right, Andrew over in the UK, thank you for listening over and across the pond. He is asking, Keith, are there any human theme parks out in space?
In space, no. On different planets, yes. Putting them out in space would be somewhat counterproductive.
Tell us about the latest human roller coaster up there.
Well, from their standpoint, they see them more as if you will, kids' rides.
Right.
Even the most frightening of the human roller coasters are absolutely a walk in the park from what they work with. Yeah, I mean, usually if you're dealing with a roller coaster, what they end up doing is building a bit of a suburb where the roller coaster goes through a standard human suburb. You know, I do question their data though. I was at one that was, and then I swear that the whole technology from it, or not technology, but the whole backdrop to it came right out of the 50s.
All right, let's move on here. Nathan is asking, is there an easy way to perceive extraterrestrials when they're around?
That I'm aware of?
Yeah.
The easiest way is, quite frankly, and this is going to sound completely backwards, but forget you can't see them. That is, by and large, the easiest way to do it. However, is there a simple way of doing it from the standpoint of what to look for? Not that I'm aware of. The trick is to look at the terrain you're looking at and identify whether or not the terrain is consistent. More often than not, especially if they happen to be wearing camouflage cloaking, they're still going to, in most cases, block what's behind them.
All right. Well, let's move on here. Mike is asking, and William, we're going to start with Keith on this one, then I want your response on this. This question's from Mike, who is asking, Keith, do you believe that the Nazi scientists had access to alien technology with regards to rocket technology and rumors of Die Glocke anti-gravity technology?
Well, two factors. The answer would be yes, but the thing that really has to be understood is so did every other major government at the time.
Okay.
The reason that they don't use anti-gravity technology is because humans are still convinced that gravity doesn't work the way it does. So, of course, humans couldn't get their brain wrapped around it. But yeah, the Nazi Germany had absolute access to some of the technology. The thing that they didn't get access to was weaponry. But then the off-worlders have a definitive boundary there where they won't let advanced weaponry show up on the planet. Primarily because it would tilt the balance of power so badly out of sync that mankind, that the human race would not evolve properly.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Keith, William, pardon me, what's your thoughts on that?
I've always thought the opposite. I thought no, simply because it didn't show up during the war. And if an extraterrestrial species gave us some technology, if the Die Glocke reports are valid, and they suggest that there's some level of time travel technology attached to that craft, so in and of itself, it wouldn't be a weapon. But that would give the Nazis the ability to travel back in time and change the outcome of the war. But that hasn't happened. So I guess it's not a definitive no. But I would think with someone in charge of the Nazi party like Hitler was, who was kind of out of control, we would have seen something directly that would suggest that kind of technology. But we haven't yet. So that's kind of where I stand on that.
All right.
Well, you touched on something that is kind of intriguing, goes completely left center, but what the heck? The concept of time travel, going back in time, doesn't work. Going forward works, but you can't go back. That's a very long conversation to explain that one properly. But you can't make a return trip, and head back in time to correct something.
All right, let's move on here.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, so.
Let's move on here. G-Girl is asking, do angels interact with aliens, or are they the same type of being, Keith?
They are, angels themselves, or angelics in all fairness, are another race. And do they interact with other aliens? Absolutely. Not usually in the same capacity that they do with humans, but they absolutely interact with them.
Makes sense. Oh, okay. On YouTube is asking, what creatures are living in the center of the earth? William, you want to take this one? Because I know you're a big believer in that, or no?
No. I would say none. Well, let me say, we've found life forms that can live at high temperatures. Could there be life forms living at the center of the earth where it's molten, where it's thousands of degrees? You can't categorically say no. We've never gone down there to look. So it's a possibility, but advanced creatures with a technology, with a society having developed, I would say no to that.
All right, Keith, your thoughts. What creatures are living at the center of the earth?
Most of the races that are there are what humans call mythological beings. The ones what you run into, and you are right, by the way, William. At the center of the earth, although there are races, they do not have, right at the core, they don't have technology as mankind knows it. But there are races, because there's a secondary set of continents underneath this one. Which is the neat part about it. But their technology, most of their technology, in all fairness, is of a much more primitive nature. But it's the ability they've got to tap into other forms of energy pattern that make them a dangerous race.
All right, let's move on here. Andrew in the UK is asking if some aliens are real dirty bastards.
Pardon my obtuseness, but I'd have to understand a little more about what he's calling dirty.
All right, I'm going to say flirtatious, interested in human sexuality.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Dirty.
Absolutely, there are. And oddly enough, Star Trek, the original series, actually nailed it down right quick like. The Orions are very interested in human interaction.
All right.
You know, and I'm talking about from the first-hand side. Mobians are basically as interested in it as humans are. But then Mobians are human anyway.
All right. Greco is asking on Twitter, are any of Earth's mythological creatures actually aliens?
By definition, the answer would technically be no. And what I mean by that is when you take a look at the oldest of the mythological races was technically alien, what people call elves, because of the fact they were built here to start with. But what animated them wasn't from Earth. You know, what essentially activated them was that in and of itself, by nature, was an alien race. But the mythological creatures themselves, once they were built, or once they evolved here. Like, for instance, the Chitauri, which are a reptilian race that evolved in Africa. Not alien, just not human.
Gotcha. All right, let's move on here. Cable guy Matt is asking, are the royal family reptilians? I think he's been watching a little bit too much David Icke.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's just a categorical. That is directly tied to V. And no, the royal family is about as human as it gets. A little twisted on occasion, but definitively human.
Well, at least you cleared that up. What do you know, William, I know you are very much about trying to bring in some proper etiquette to the UFO field, if that's even possible. What do you think when you hear things like that?
It muddies the waters. I mean, there's a vast number of questions we don't have the answers to. There's a lot of fascinating stuff that deserves to be looked at and not laughed at. But there are some things that we can kind of definitively say no to. And the question of the royal family being reptilian, that's kind of a straightforward no. Regardless of your viewpoint, whether you're enamored with the science or the woo or some semblance between those two extremes, this is all fascinating stuff. There's no need to make up anything up. There's no need to embrace the whole thing to realize that this is a fascinating topic. And the possibilities are endless. But there are some things that, there are some questions that are answered by a simple no. And the royal scenario of them being reptilian is one of those questions. So we know.
All right, let's go to Julie's question as we continue on with the ET Connection with R Keith Andrews and special guest William Pullen. Julie is asking, Keith, do you know where the brilliant white beings are from by any chance?
If they are the ones I think you're referring to, they're actually from the far side of the Palladian star system by another star system. Actually, two. But he's saying, do I know the name of the planet? No. But essentially, go to the Pleiades and carry on.
All right, let's continue on here. Cedric is asking, do aliens have psychic powers above the third dimension, Keith?
No. Categorically, everything in existence here, everything that shows up in humankind's existence is third dimensional. Now, that being said, do some of the off-worlders have senses that go beyond the standard 5? Absolutely.
All right.
Standard 5 being sight, taste, touch, that sort of thing.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, let's go back to Twitter to Greco here, who is asking, Keith, can you tell us a story about a recent experience you had with aliens that went wrong?
Well, it depends on your definition of recent. I mean, the most recent one that went very wrong was actually about 5 years ago at this point. I woke up in the morning. Well, I woke up and I come out of it and it was with a dead scream to the point of waking up everybody in the house. And the short answer was I woke up with my right shoulder completely dislocated. I've still got the notes from that encounter because it was very much and that was an interaction with the Wara, which we mentioned before. Those are the ones that look very similar to Bigfoot, longer arms and a whole lot worse temperament. But I ended up in a conflict that day, and, well, I paid the price for it.
Oh, we all did. We all did. All right, let's get to another question from Greco, who is asking, have you seen what humans evolve into millions of years from now? Perhaps the aliens showed you.
Well, that's the funny part. Have I had discussions and seen extrapolations? Yes. Have I been there to see it? No. For that matter, neither have they. Aliens don't come back from the future to kind of tell us what's going on because you cannot travel backwards in time. Nobody can. Okay, and there is a way to explain that. It's just easier with pictographs.
All right.
But humans will evolve to the point of having full access to physical manifestation capability. As in, think about something and have it manifest in your hands.
What do you think, William?
I agree. Humans are always evolving. We have not reached, evolution doesn't stop. Evolution is driven by environmental factors. We're clearly still evolving. Our physical, our mental abilities are increasing with time. So the longer we don't blow each other up in a nuclear holocaust, if that doesn't happen, given enough time, we'll be more and more advanced. And abilities we think are wooey or out of the realm of possibility now will become commonplace at some point. As to when, I have no idea. But evolution dictates that we're going to become more and more advanced the longer we're alive as a species. So, yeah, that's kind of what's going to happen.
All right, let's move over to Brudos's question here. So we've got about 5 minutes to go before we go to break at the top of the hour. R Keith Andrews, ET Connection, with special guest as well. Joining us, William Pullen, our UFO historian, who also wears knee-high socks with his tennis runners. Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, Keith,
Sure.
Brudos is asking, it seems to me reptilians wouldn't be very good parents. Do they practice population control? What traits do they value?
Well, now there's a very question. Now, do they make very good parents? Quite frankly, yes. Now, we'll stick with the Shazazian just so we've got a stable point. But number one, honor and respect is absolute critical. Okay. Do they practice population control? Yeah, if they got too many kids, they eat them. Which, quite frankly, is a little brutal from mankind's standpoint, but it does work. But they don't have, like with these Swazians, and for that matter, with the Teklek, they actually never know who their actual parents are. So they are both raised in a commune-style setup, where the entire community is responsible for the raising of the kids.
Makes sense.
But they
go on.
Great parents from the standpoint of, of instilling the respect and the honor side of things.
All right, let's move on here. April, who's now in May, is asking, is light gravity in reverse?
No. Photons and gravitons are two very different and very different particles. And simply put, operate on very different. They operate on the same rules, if you will, but they have two very different functions.
William, what do you think?
Agreed. Yeah, two different particles. They interact with each other. They can influence each other. I mean, light's affected directly by gravity, vice versa. Especially light with gravity. But they're two different particles that describe two different forces in nature. So, but under certain circumstances, to the untrained eye, these particles can seem to interact in a way that might suggest they're the same thing, or different aspects of the same thing. But no, they're totally different particles, describing totally different attributes in nature.
Absolutely. I mean, the reality is that gravitons do give off a light wave. That being said, photons also give off a gravitational wave.
Makes sense. All right, let's sneak in another one here. So we got about 2 minutes here. And this one comes from Nathan. Can you pause yourself to the timeline? Pause now, emerge in the future?
Technically, that's not pausing, but can you jump forward in time? Yes. That you can absolutely do. What ends up happening is all record of you stops in the here and now, and there's no trace of you until you resurface. Conversely, you can't do that in backwards. So if you go into the future, you're not coming back to tell anybody.
All right, let's sneak in one more question here from Corinth, who is asking, are there any aliens who actually prefer to mate with humans over their own species?
Not that I'm aware of.
William, you want to take this one? Because you're kind of alien looking, my friend.
Oh. Not that I'm aware of either. I don't know. I mean, I was going to go back to a question that came up a few minutes ago about the reptilians being good parents. Reptiles here on Earth, a lot of reptilian species are good parents. So if there's reptilian species that are more advanced out in the universe, it's kind of logical to think that they would also be along those lines. It would be good parents. So that's interesting. There's an analogy there with nature here on Earth. But preferring to mate or have sexual interaction with another species as opposed to their own, I have no idea. But I would think not. I would think, a species would tend to be attracted to their own kind, unless that species is not that different from us. Like, would an insectoid want to mate with a human? I have no idea. I would think it would tend to not want to do that. But a species that looks more humanoid may want to. Because the difference is not so drastic.
Right. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to get you to hold on here because we got to go to break. At the top of the hour, we have the ET Connection with R Keith Andrews. We kick off almost every month with Keith hanging on out, talking all things alien. Our special guest, William Pullen, UFO intrepid historian. Your questions coming up after the break for R Keith Andrews, ET Connection. I got this little tickle in my throat that just will not come up, and it keeps making me want to cough. William, do you want to stick around, bud, or do you got things to do?
I'm good.
Are you having fun?
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Relaxing, this is good stuff. Yeah.
My coffee's gone.
Keith, you don't mind William sticking around?
Not in the slightest.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're talking UFOs and aliens. I mean, that's right on my alley. I love that stuff. So yeah, I'm good to go.
All right, guys. Do you guys want to chat while I take my dogs out, or do you guys want me to put commercials on?
Oh no, I can talk to him. But you can hold for 30 seconds. I just gotta go get my coffee.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You guys chat away to the YouTube crowd, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. You still there? Yeah.
How are you, William?
Oh, it's all on me. Okay, good stuff. So, yeah, so Dave has me on the program twice a month. Once with the Reality Paranormal with Chris Cogswell, where we take kind of a scientific look at things, which is kind of constraining because science doesn't explain a lot of this stuff. So it's fun anyway. And then the Paranormal Roundtable at the end of the month is a lot of fun if you get different points of view. And I think that's an important deal here, at least with the UFO topic, because there's so many unanswered questions. No one approach or no one point of view offers all the answers. So it pays to pay attention to the woo. It pays to pay attention to science. It pays to pay attention to all these points of view, because some answers may be gained from that. So it's good stuff. So you guys are bringing up some great comments and questions. So keep them coming. Good conversation. So,
I am back.
Good man. Good man.
Priority first. Have to always get coffee.
You got to do what you got to do. So, I can barely hear Dave coughing. It sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, there are times when it gets fun, but, I've never had a problem with it myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I recall, I think it was maybe this time last year, where David caught a cold or a bug or something. He was sick, pretty sick. And it took him a long time to get over that cough. I mean, months. He was in bad shape. And he hit it on the air, but off air, he was just hacking. So,
you should have tried what I did. Actually, you really shouldn't have tried what I did December 28th of 2018. I tried something that took me off air for a couple of months.
What was that?
I decided that a massive stroke was a really good idea.
Oh. No.
But no, the thing with the people on this show is we've always, ever since day one, we've let the listeners dictate where the show goes and what questions get asked.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I don't recall a single program doing that. That they usually take some questions at some point, but you never hear a program where the entire evening is dictated by the listeners. So I think it's a good idea. It's a really good idea. Because again, all the comments and questions they come with, it's good stuff. So.
Oh, it's amazing. Because of this show, I ended up putting together, I've got one book out, Races of the Worlds, which has 59 races that I've personally dealt with. And I think in volume 2, I've got another 28 or 29 already documented. And this show has been directly responsible for looking into doing it, because I was getting the same questions virtually every night.
Yeah, I've promoted Dave's program on my blog page, and he discussed his experiences and testimony and that sort of thing. And I'm a stickler for treating experiencers with respect. Not that they will deserve an explanation or investigation. I'm still about investigating the issue. But I'm painfully aware that, at least in the UFO topic, we have a shortage of data because of the ridicule factor. And part of that is because UFO witnesses or experiencers don't want to be laughed at. They don't want to be ridiculed. And if organizations and researchers like myself were more professional and more cordial and more respectful, more people would come forward, and we would have a better idea of what's going on.
Well,
so when Dave has me on, it's all about that. So
that is the biggest complaint that I have. Like, I've seen a lot of people in this field, and a lot of people claiming to be in this field, that the moment you've had, like, you can talk about it, but the moment you go, I was abducted, they jump almost categorically to, no, you're making that up.
Yeah. Prior to any kind of investigation, that's a huge problem too. Not just the ridicule. I mean, someone gives me testimony here in San Antonio, I take their sighting report, their case, and they give me all the details. I never ask them questions. I just ask them, what did you experience? Write it down, every detail. It's not my job to judge them. It's my job to investigate the sighting or chronicle it. But some investigators will pass a bias. They'll pass a judgment on that testimony and just dismiss it out of hand. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. It's unprofessional. You don't do that. But it happens a lot in this field, and that's to the detriment of the entire field. It really is.
Well, the funny thing is, what I found. Hi, Dave.
Hey. I still can't get this frog out of my throat. We got about just over a minute here, guys.
Okay.
I find by documenting it many times, what you'll find is, especially if you've been in it for any length of time, somebody will say, I've been through this, and because you've investigated others, you can go, yeah, I've heard of that before. So you're not actually alone on that one.
Yes, exactly, yeah. As you gather sighting reports, you gather data, you investigate them, things that happen to someone else sound familiar. So I'll gather a sighting report, and what the witness describes is something I've heard before, whether it's years past, decades past, it's the same scenario happening. So it establishes a pattern. It establishes some commonality. But we need more witnesses to come forward. Now I understand why witnesses are reticent to come forward, but it's also up to investigators to be respectful and professional. Otherwise, we can't move forward. All
right, guys. I got to just cut you off there because we're about 10 seconds away. I want to say a big thank you to BGs, Mark, Greco, Human Carl, and Matt for jumping on in on the super chat. We really appreciate that around here. Good way to support what we do is give us a thumbs up while you're watching. We really appreciate you taking time out. Here's hour number 2, and here's the music.
Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. And on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for being with us. We want to welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across the continent and on the digital side on Revolution Radio and TalkStream Live. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Stevedorage. Stevedorage is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, and much, much more. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, as well as my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. We got R Keith Andrews. He's back with the ET Connection, answering all your questions revolving around extraterrestrials. You have to be in one of our chat rooms. Don't forget to put your question in capital letters so I can read it easily to our guests. Also, we are joined by our UFO historian, William Pullen, who's hanging on out with us. Gentlemen, welcome back. And we're going to start off in the Space Travelers Club with Joey's question. And he is asking, Keith, do you know the actual reason the Roswell crash happened? Was alien foul play involved?
Well, if we call alien foul play as in somebody shot the thing down, yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's what it boiled down to. Do understand they were not using external explosives. You're dealing with a electrical field that shorted the system out.
Do you think that had to do with the radar?
had to do with, did you say, did it have to do with the radar?
Absolutely. Like the radar in Nevada.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, in other words, was it human-based? No. The radar picked it up, certainly, but the problem was a conflict off-world.
Okay.
This is why I keep telling people that much as off-worlders have better technology, they still are very similar to humans in a lot of ways. You know, they've still got their conflicts. If they had it all right, there wouldn't be wars going on out there.
All right. I know, William, you want to say on this because you love Roswell.
Oh, yeah. Well, first we need to say a happy birthday to the late Dr. Jalen Hynek. He was born on this date, May 1st of 1901, I think.
Very cool.
I probably got the year wrong, but today was his birthday. Yeah, I agree with Keith. The aliens are working with the same physical laws that we are. Their technology is under the same duress, under the same kind of stresses there are technologies under. We're working with the same laws. They're far more advanced than we are, but they're still restrained by the same physical laws. And as far as the radar thing, I've never thought the radar. If they were being tracked on radar, I'm comfortable with that. If our military was aware of these things, but radar, for all intents and purposes, is a glorified radio beam, and I can't imagine that. Yeah, I mean, we're broadcasting a radio tonight. Will this radio beam bring down the extraterrestrial spacecraft? I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's a radio beam, which is a relatively harmless beam to the universe. So I don't think it was radar whatsoever. But I've seen no data to be able to definitively say what brought the Roswell crash down. But I mean, it had to be something pretty substantial, because you're dealing with something that's highly technological, highly advanced. So
right.
Something as mundane as radar wouldn't do it.
All right, let's move on. Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, the cyclic rate of the radar is way too low. But the same kind of wavelength, if you modify the spacing on it, can cause a disruption in the electrical field that they operate with.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but we don't. I mean, I don't know that. So.
All right, let's move on here. Shanna loves a good mustache on a man, so she is asking Keith, which alien species have the best mustaches, and how can she get in contact with them?
Literally speaking, the best ones are not actually alien; they're ancient race. You would know them as dwarves, and they are depicted extremely well throughout literature. And as far as how to track them down, you need to be one heck of a spelunker.
Hey, you better get down to inner hollow earth there, Shanna.
Ultimately, yes. I mean, you will run into a few of them on the surface. You get the occasional one that will surface. Right, but not very often.
All right, let's move on here. Corrins is asking, do aliens think humans smell bad in general?
Not given what, I mean, some races do, absolutely. But there are others that make humans smell like a rose garden. Of course, there are some races, in all fairness, that make a cesspool smell like a rose garden.
Here's a cool question from Chris. He is asking, how would the consortium of aliens find a landing site if I'm going to build one? Will they buy spice?
I'm not quite certain what the last part of that meant.
I don't know either. I just read the questions, man.
Oh, okay. As long as we're all in the dark. Needless to say, they take a look at the viable approach rate vector on it, figure out what the odds are of somebody else, of humans creating a problem if they were to land. I mean, you've got to be looking at things at a security level that is so far above human ken in order to make it safe per se. Because a static landing point has to be, they've got to be able to protect. It's not so much protecting the aliens from the humans as protecting humans from the aliens.
All right. Let's move on here. Robert is asking, which alien species are the most benevolent?
Debatably, the Pleiadians. They are absolutely neutral healers. Okay, I mean, they are now, the Pleiadians, you'll never find a purebred Pleiadian on Earth. But they are probably one of the most benevolent. The plus side is that the Sirzazians, being a 7.5 to 8.5 foot reptilian race, are allies. So you might consider them on the benevolent side.
All right, let's move over to Twitter here, where Greco is asking, what aliens taste better alive rather than cooked? Medium well with a squirt of lemon on top.
It's amazing how many times we go there. That really does depend entirely on taste bud.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, because depending on who you talk to, depending on which of the races you talk to, humans can come across can be found to be extremely stringy, with way too much fat to them, and all the lemon juice in the world isn't going to matter.
Got you. All right, let's move on. Overbuilt is asking, would you ride a centaur if it liked you and you asked nicely? William, let's get your opinion on this.
I'm always entertained the thought that if I had the experience with an alien and they offered me a ride, I'd go at a moment's notice to explore the unknown. Be that as it may, I mean, some of the abduction reports are a little troubling. That seem to suggest that there's some interaction going on there that's not the nicest thing going on. But there are other reports where that's not happening at all. There's no malevolent interaction going on. So I guess you would take a chance if that would happen, but I would still want to go. I mean, I've lived my entire life on this little blue ball. I've never gone in outer space, so it would be the experience of a lifetime.
Actually, the centaurs, they're not from outer space. Centaurs are an ancient race.
All right, let's. Okay, go on, Keith.
Their method of coming into existence was a whole different aspect.
All right, let's move on here. Hot Tub Eve is asking, would aliens give you a call or an email before they come? Just kidding. Don't ask that. Well, too bad I did, Hot Tub Eve. But then she goes on to say, but they know the info, right? So why call first? Do you have to invite them first, Keith?
In my case, I just leave the door open at this time. But when it started, no, there was no invitation involved. When I started, because I started off on the abduction side of it with a whole lot less than enjoyable side of things.
All right. Moving on.
It's just like,
moving on. We got lots of questions. Big Cat is asking, Keith, do you believe the moon has or had inhabitants?
Yes to both. You're going to love this one because it's also got a low-grade atmosphere.
What do you think about that, William?
It's within the realm of possibility, because despite what the general public believes, the moon does have a tenuous atmosphere. It's not that thick. It's nothing like Earth or a Titan, but it's a very thin layer of air on the moon. So it wouldn't be able to sustain human life. But we don't know what kind of air pressure other life forms demand. So a life form that would have the ability to live under extremely low pressure atmospheric conditions, like on the moon, if it's evolved to live under those conditions, then it's a possibility. Yeah.
I'm really going to say thank you, William. You are the first person that has corroborated that with any sense of shall we say, intellect.
Yeah, it's. I mean, science has proven that the moon has an atmosphere. A lot of other moons do too. So the thing I'm troubled by scientists, and I'm gonna rant against science here. You better pay attention. Is that I keep hearing this statement: "Life as we know it. Life as we know it." Well, we know the life here on Earth. We don't know the possibilities beyond the boundaries of our own planet. Therefore, our thinking needs to not be so stunted like that. We need to be open-minded enough, not to open your brain balls out, but have an open-minded look and say, there are other environments out there. There are other planets and moons out there that may have different atmospheres, different gases, different pressures, where life forms evolve under those conditions that couldn't live here on Earth, but possibly could on another moon. But if we restrict our thought to life as we know it, that's kind of not good enough. Okay, Dave, I'm done.
All right. Sergeant.
I don't agree with you more.
All right. Sergeant is asking, William, we'll go with you on this one. Are you familiar with biocentrism? If so, what are your thoughts?
Not overly familiar with it, so I don't want to make an ignorant statement about it. So
how about you?
I'll let Keith take this one.
Okay, Keith.
Well, I'm presuming, and I sort of have to make an assumption that when he's referring to biocentrism, he's referring to the stabilization between bioorganisms. And if they're using that as a way of quantifying different life forms, they're going to run into a problem. Because the word itself seems to infer that.
All right, moving on. Mark is asking, Keith, do aliens have any thoughts on COVID-19? COVID-19!
Well, number one is, does it exist? The answer is yes. Is it dangerous to humans? You bet. Is it something that should be taken seriously until such time as humans actually understand it? Absolutely. The whole problem with it, from their standpoint, is humans have it in their head that the money is the big thing, and they're missing the whole reason for isolation. For them, it's real simple. If you've got something that the indigenous life has qualified as a pandemic, they've had it on ships and on their own planet, where the government says we have a pandemic, and everybody goes, oh, that means we're all in trouble, and the whole concept of rights just goes right out the window. They kind of look at it going, well, the right to breathe is much more important than the right to walk around free.
All right. Julie is asking, do you believe Rh negative blood has any connection with anything extraterrestrial, Keith?
Absolutely. Depending on the experiment they're doing or the research they're doing, they may well go after Rh negative or Rh blood. Same as they may go after O-type blood or A negative. It is simply another blood type they work with. It does not predispose somebody for abduction.
All right. Makes sense, I guess. Robert is asking, are cats really a species of alien?
No. How's that for a short answer?
Agreed.
Oh, are you kidding me? They are just, of course they're aliens. Of course cats are aliens.
I mean, they have an attitude. There's no question there.
They are a terrestrially evolved mammal.
With an attitude. I love the way I heard a flat earther put it one day, or a guy against flat earth. He goes, the earth can't possibly be flat, because if it was, the cats would have knocked everything off it already.
Exactly.
Agreed.
April is asking, do reptilians hybrid procreate with humans, Keith?
There is a hybridization program that is in place where reptilians and humans are cross-connected, are spliced, if you will. But that hybridization program was built by the Greys. So yeah, they certainly do, but not the way that seems to be inferring. It is not a natural. It's not a natural process.
All right, makes sense. Greco on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio wants to know, Keith, what has being and hanging out with aliens all these years taught you?
Well, the one thing is, it doesn't matter what somebody looks like. Their behavior is, by and large, that's the thing you have to look at. And it categorically wiped out the concept for me of worrying about whether humans are white, black, brown, doesn't matter. You know, it really takes the whole idea of racism and throws it right out the window.
All right.
I think that's basically one of the big things.
All right, let's move on here. This is a good question, William, for you from Mark. What do you think of Ancient Aliens shows?
Yeah, I'm calling about a show. The series, I think, has some validity. In other words, I find the show as a well-produced series of rants about this theory that may or may not hold any water. But just the theory itself, my point of view is that, I mean, has alien visitation taken place? I firmly believe it has. Did it happen in the ancient past? Possibly. We don't know, but possibly. Would aliens have influenced our ancient ancestors directly or indirectly? Possibly. And would that have showed up in our societal developments, our technology, and our buildings? Possibly too. So the theory itself, I think, is interesting and maybe valid. But I'm not comfortable with that. I really don't watch any shows that are UFO related, like Ancient Aliens or Project Blue Book. I tend to stay away from that. But I do agree that the theory may be true.
All right. Let's move on here. Stu is asking, have you ever, Keith, had to wear an Earth suit while dealing with aliens here on Earth to protect yourself? And which species was it?
An Earth suit on Earth? No. A protective suit on the homeworld of the Swazians? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, on theirs, it's actually what people would call an amplification suit. On Earth, I can wear what I please. The aliens, on the other hand, some of them have to wear a suit to simply get around on this planet. But on the Swazian homeworld, you have to wear protective gear. Because if you step outside, I mean, we know what sandstorms here are like. On their homeworld, a sandstorm here or there will strip a human to the bone in less than a minute. You know, if you're not wearing a suit.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, I'm not sure. We'll try and squeeze a quick one in here. Peanut Butter Rolls wants to know, are Scientologists mind-controlled aliens? Keith?
Categorically, no. Misguided, you bet. But they are not controlled by the off-worlders.
Well, that makes a lot of sense there.
I haven't looked at Scientology itself.
Right.
But I do know that from the off-world standpoint, it's an extreme no-no to interfere to that degree.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection is back for another edition, and we're going to continue with your questions on Spaced Out Radio right after this. And we say thank you for William Pullen, our resident UFO historian, for hopping on in with us tonight. It's made it a lovely treat as well. Don't forget, he does give tennis lessons down in Texas if you want to learn how to play the great game on the court. More Spaced Out Radio right after this.
Hold that thought. I will be right back.
All right. This is a lot of fun. Oh, we're at 102. 102 people.
Good stuff, yeah.
102 people right now. All right. So peanut butter rolls. That's where I'm trying to catch up. I can't catch up in the chat room. The questions are nuts right now. Hi, Stephanie Jackson. What the hell is that? Thump, thump, thump. Is that on your end or is that on Keith's end?
That's on my end, probably. I was responding to comments.
Gotcha.
One of the groups I was a member of. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was a comment about a UFO TV show. So,
oh, very cool.
Along those same lines with ancient aliens. Yeah, so yeah,
very cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah. That was a great comment about the ancient aliens deal. Because when you just ignore the fact that there's a show about it. If you just look at the data, if you look at the theory, who said it? Robert Bauval, he's an engineer, but he's been exploring this data for 30-some years, I guess maybe longer than that. And he made this great statement saying, do I think the ancient alien theory holds some water? Is it valid? And his response was, why not? Why not? I mean,
I'm back.
We all believe alien visitation is taking place.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no reason why it didn't happen 3,000 years ago. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That said it all right there.
All right, I got to catch up here. I'm missing some stuff here. God, I honestly don't know how the fuck I do it all the time. It drives me nuts. Oh,
yeah, don't ask me.
Too many.
Don't know.
Too many goddamn chat rooms.
Man, it's the beard. It's the beard.
Very nice, Brett. You got yourself a bass guitar finally. Good for you. Good for you. That is awesome. Awesome. All right, we got a number of minutes left here. My God, the questions just keep coming. I really don't have time for all of
Yeah,
these.
you sound like you're under duress, like there's a million.
Oh, dude, we could go 4 or 5 hours tonight with the questions.
I bet you we could, yeah.
Yep.
Talking about abductions and Roswell and Blue Book and ancient aliens and crazy, man, crazy. Good stuff.
Well, yeah, there are days that there are way more questions coming in than what we've got time for.
Oh, for sure.
I mention that's part of every program, yeah. It's. Yeah.
Oh, Christian makes a nice comment. SOR is the hottest long-haired e-girl of the internet. So many facts in her shows. Believe all women. Well, aren't you a polite person? Just so you know, before your asshole comment was made, I'm growing my hair because my mother's a 2-time cancer survivor, and I really want to donate hair for the first time in honor of my mother. So before you make a dickhead comment like that, why don't you ask a question as to why? So that's me. So you either can stay, hang out, enjoy the woo, and have some fun, or you can go live your lonely life playing video games on a Friday night, not getting laid again. How about that? Thank you.
Well, I'd say that was polite, but I think it fell a little short on the polite thing.
No, you know what? Hey, I can take a lot of snark, but if you give me a cheap shot for no reason and you've never been in this chat room before, you're just an asshole trying to you're probably 15, 16 years old, hanging out with your buddies, and just here to, try and cause shit. So I don't put up with that. I love being snarky. I can take a cheap shot and everything like that. But if you're a first timer, it's kind of like this bullshit, like You get people who will come into the chat room. They've never been in your chat room before. And the first thing they say is, hey, what's the phone number? I want to call in. Because you absolutely know the only thing they want to do is give you a troll phone call. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a safe bet. Do I agree? You absolutely no. No, but the odds are stacked in that direction.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the bigger we get, the more we're going to get shit like that. I'm okay with that. But you know what? If you're going to dish it, be ready to get it back because, that's what I do.
You got to call them out, yeah.
Thank you, Greco. Hey, we're at 103 now. That's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
That's kind of cool. Very cool. Very cool.
No, you always
end up. The questions are from the chat room.
All right, I got to scroll back up here a fucking mile in order to find the bloody questions. The chat room is honestly, it's completely nuts. The chat room is completely nuts right now. It's awesome. All right, so we asked that. And thank you, Greco. Thank you, Cable Guy Matt, Human Carl, Mark, BGs, everybody for the super chats tonight. Really do appreciate it. You guys are fantastic and awesome. I love you. We're going to kick off here. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up if you're tuning on in. 103 people watching right now, 104, 52 likes. That's about half the likes. Let's try and get those thumbs up. Here we go with the second half of the show. Let's get into some rapid fire answers here, guys. So that way we can catch up a bit here, okay?
Okay.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. Hey, I want to remind all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, give us a little bit of a like and a subscribe on our YouTube channel. That's where we store our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and much more. Follow us on Twitter for the show at Spaced Out Radio and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. We are talking with R Keith Andrews and UFO historian William Pullen, our special guest tonight for the ET Connection. We're letting you guys ride it out in the chat rooms tonight. So if you're listening on our terrestrial stations, get a hold of us on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Join our chats either on YouTube, Spreaker, Facebook. We got a number of places that take that. Revolution Radio, you name it. LGAB, there we go. It's all there for you. Check it on out. We appreciate it. Joey has a question in our chat room on the SOR Space Travelers Club. William, this one's for you. The 21st Space Wing of Cheyenne Mountain tested a new landing pad on March 5th. Do you have any reports that this pad is not for landing CH-47 helicopters, but for landing something coming from space?
I don't have any info on that. But it's been suggested that might be the case. On some level, it makes sense, but we don't know it definitively. So, but it's quite the pad, quite the establishment for what we've heard. So, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Holy cow, Keith! You just walking out of the bathroom there, or what? Kind of loud.
No, I just opened the door because my temperature is starting to spike, which is a bad sign.
All right, let's get to Zach's question. Keith, why can aliens breathe on Earth, or can they?
Most of them can breathe on Earth because it's oxygen. There are some that don't breathe oxygen. Pleiadians, for instance, can't survive on Earth, period. Pleiadians would be dead within minutes of getting into Earth's atmosphere itself. Which is why you will never see a purebred on Earth.
All right, let's move on here. Mala Keith is asking, how many alien species are there that we know of?
Well, I don't know. From my standpoint, I've heard of as many as 2,500. I've got 69 in the one book, and right now I think I'm up to about 29 in volume 2 that I've got documented.
William, Mark is asking, if aliens allowed you to travel in space, would you go?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That says all right there. Yes, sir.
Why would you go? You wouldn't be scared?
To experience something, I want to be scared, sure. I mean, but I want to go to experience something other than Earth. I've lived my whole life on this planet. So I want to see something I've never seen before. So the opportunity to go travel out in space in an alien spacecraft and interact with extraterrestrial, that's an opportunity of a lifetime. So, yes, I would be scared to death, but you got to go. Got to go.
All right. Cable Guy Matt is asking, Keith, are you allowed to bring someone with you during an abduction?
Am I personally? Yeah. In 57 years now, almost 57, I have had one case where somebody actually went with me. You know, and it's only been the one. There have been a lot that have asked, and only one way. I shouldn't say that. There's been 2 that were taken. Okay. But on the whole, it's not so much a question of allowed, because frankly, I don't invite people.
Oh, pick me up, man. Pick me up. Come on, I'm right here. I keep telling you, me, and Pullen here. We're gonna let's go for a ride somewhere. Steal a craft.
Take a ride. Yep. Let's go.
That might be a bad idea. Stealing the craft, I mean.
Yeah. Well, hey, if they chase us around the universe, well, it's been a fun ride, don't you think? Let's move on here. Brutus is asking, who inhabited the planet where the asteroid belt is now? Was it Bigfoot?
No, Bigfoot evolved on Earth. It wasn't the war either. He's referring to the Kuiper belt that's out there, or is he referring to the one that is, I don't know if it's called the Kuiper, between Jupiter and Earth?
I would assume it's the Kuiper belt.
Asteroid belt, yeah.
The asteroid belt, yeah.
Yeah, some people call that one Krypton. I don't have a name for it. That being said, I suspect it was probably a Martokian outpost.
Damn Martokians. All right, let's move on here. Shanna is asking, and it's not a mustache question this time. With which aliens do I have the best chance of flying a saucer?
Hollywood?
Give her a break here. Come on, hook her up with some Zarkesians or something.
No, well, the problem with the Zarkesians is, quite frankly, she couldn't. She doesn't have the strength for it. The best bet would simply put be either, well, the best bet really would be the Mobians. Because Mobians are former Terrans.
All right. Makes sense. Let's move on here. PBR is asking, Keith, when was the last time you were abducted?
About 3 days ago.
Oh, what happened? Tantalize us a little bit.
Well, that was an issue of they were having a bit of a disagreement between a couple of their races that needed straightening out. That they didn't really want them straightened out by open war.
Makes sense.
Techlex were getting just a tad testy, and frankly, we're making a bid to try and move in on the Chitauri on Earth.
All right. Cable Guy Matt is asking, is there a cat race out there?
Yes. There's actually 2 of them. The Laborian are one. Is the one right off the bat. I'm just trying to think what the heck the other one. Oh, there is a form of one breed, if you will, or one race of the lichen are also a feline race.
All right.
But those are the two most common.
Peanut Butter Rolls is asking. Oh, sorry, Keith. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you read Larry Niven, he wrote a story about the Contactee, which are essentially based on the lichen. But those are your two main ones as far as feline go.
All right, let's move on here. Peanut Butter Rolls is asking, is there a common dinner that you eat before you get abducted?
No. Heck, there isn't a common dinner that I eat. It really boils down to I eat whatever I please, and then I see what happens.
Nathan wants to know. All right, Nathan wants to know, how do we naturally affect 0 point energy? How can I right now demonstrably do this? William, do you want to do that? Do you want to take that one? You like a little 0 point energy in your life?
I could take it. I would say, I don't know. I have no answer for it. Yeah, so, yeah. I apologize. I don't know.
Categorical answer.
Keith, you got something for that?
Yeah, there's a very easy way to tap into it. If you take your hands, and it doesn't matter who's listening, take your hands and put them palms towards each other about a 1/4 inch apart, and you'll feel an energy between them. Now, I've heard it described a lot of different ways, but understanding that energy runs both directions at the same time, by concentrating on it, you can get an energy field running between your hands. That is 0 point energy. Okay, and it is that energy that is used when people talk about healing by touch, or more to the point, energy healing.
Gotcha.
It's also the same energy that is used for doing psychokinetic work, what most people call telekinetic. But that's the easiest way to demonstrate it.
Star A is asking, do aliens like human internet or entertainment?
In all fairness, for most of them, no. You'll get the occasional history buff that gets a kick out of it. But on the whole, it's more akin to how many humans like watching the old black and whites. The old silent movies from the time of Charlie Chaplin. You're talking about watching antiquated technology, and the majority of them do not.
All right, let's move on. Brutus is asking, where are the secret bases located at? I'm going to assume it's in space or on Earth, I guess. We'll throw them both in there. What the hell?
Well, I'm going to point blank tell you I'm not saying a word.
Come on. Give it up, Andrews. Come on.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of that and then decided that termination is not high on my list of priorities right now.
No, come on, William. Give him a groan there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's legends of an underground base under Dulce, New Mexico. There's legends of a base, which we've kind of known about, underground base in Utah, kind of northeast of Area 51. I'm assuming he means underground bases. So there's a lot of talk about that, and there are underground facilities at a lot of well-known bases. Groom Lakes, Wright Patterson Air Force Base, all these places have underground facilities, which by definition would be secret. So beyond that, I don't know. I'm just a civilian. So.
All right. Stephanie is asking, Keith, what is your favorite crystal?
My favorite, moldavite.
Why?
Well, because it is the only gem quality non-terrestrial gem. And I literally use it in combination with smoky quartz to stabilize my own energy so I actually can function properly.
Makes sense. Makes sense. How about you, William? Do you believe in the whole crystal thing?
I was just going to say Crystal Gale, but that's a singer, so. Yeah.
She got nice hair.
Choice.
Your hair is almost as long as hers.
She does. It's getting there. It's getting there. So, yeah. That's the mission here. Yeah.
Perfect.
UFO data and hair growth. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Nikki is asking, by the way, mine is Soda Light. And if you're watching me on YouTube tonight, you'll actually see on my microphone, I actually have Soda Light on my microphone. So that is something that I carry around. All right. Nikki is asking, Keith, what and exactly who are the original ancient aliens who seeded this planet?
Well, technically, literally, the Zerziks are the ones that came here. The first corporeal race that was here is what humans know as the Elfid race, or the Elf race, if you will. They were the first ones that got here. But mankind, the hidden question there is, who made man? Right. Man was not seeded from another planet. It was built here.
Mm-hmm. I hear you there. Okay. I am moving on here. Let's go over to Twitter, where Greco is asking, is there an intergalactic version of our television shows? What do you know about that?
An intergalactic version of them?
Yeah, like, do they copycat our entertainment, like our movies, our television shows, anything like that?
Off-worlders on the whole have a very different sense of humor than what humans do, or of entertainment for that matter. Number one of the big things is, like, when humans have recreations of war movies, and humans call them action movies. Right. So what many of the off-world races do, if they're going to film it and broadcast it at all, it's not like they turn it into a movie. What they do is they go to a war zone and they broadcast it.
Nice.
Now, granted, you don't get repeat actors in a case like that.
All right.
But they're far more into the realistic side of things, on the whole.
On the whole, good. All right, let's go to Brutus here, who is asking, is there a superior alien race, and do they know our God?
Many of the races know what humans call God and define superior. If you talk to the true Dracos, they absolutely are the top of the top. According to them, they are better than everybody. Okay. Now, they worship what they call God is the Great Drake. But they think they're superior to everybody and everything. A little unjustified, but what the heck?
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Shanna is asking, with what race of aliens do I have? I already asked that one. Sorry. I'm a little behind here on the questions. All right. Big Cat is asking, has Keith been to an alien planet he did not want to leave? Yeah.
Don't take this the wrong way, but pretty much anyone I got to. But Zeta Reticuli was actually quite enjoyable if it weren't for the fact that the flora is absolutely deadly. Right. I did enjoy the homeworld, the Sruzosian homeworld. You know, the unfortunate part is it's a little limited on where you can get to. Mobius, on the other hand, is a nice little place.
All right. Carl is asking, Keith, is it safe to quote you? You won't get into trouble, will you?
You can quote me all you want. You know, the reality is, I don't know if I'll get in trouble. When the CIA showed up, I didn't end up locked up.
Yeah, tell that story. Tell that story, because that's very interesting. William, you got to hear this.
Yeah, it was funny from my standpoint. This woman showed up. She showed up in town looking for me by name, right, at a given shop in town here, and I'm not about to tell you where that was. But when she got to me, she phoned me up because they gave her my number, which was fine. She phones me up, wanted to sit down and talk to me. So I went, yeah, no problem. So she came and we met. We actually met over at Tim Hortons. And her first comment was that she wasn't connected to anybody. She was just up here on just personal research. Right. So we sat down in Tim Hortons, and I was facing the wall. She was facing away from it, which is abnormal for me to start with. But I looked at her and I says, yeah, she started to talk. I says, you do realize we're being listened to and that we're being watched. So she immediately got really agitated and looking around the room. Right, where are we being watched from? Who's watching? And I just shook my head. I says, not in the room. And I pointed out the window and I says, 2 blocks that direction. Well, this woman that said she was attached to nobody put her hand to her throat, mumbled something into her throat, and then immediately turns around and goes, are we still being watched? I looked at her, I went, no. I said, the guy got up and left. Right, so we talked for a bit. And at the end of it all, she looks at me and she goes, you know, you haven't told me a thing that our government doesn't know. I says, well, then you got one of 2 choices. She goes, what? I says, you either have to accept the fact I'm sitting on information they don't have, or your government is stupid. Take your pick. Well, she got really agitated. And she goes, you can't call our government stupid. I says, oh, welcome to Canada. I says, first and foremost, I'm an English major. I learned how. Secondly, I refer to my own government as stupid. What makes you think I'm not going to see yours the same way? You know, so, I mean, do I have a tendency to put my foot in my mouth? Absolutely. You know, but she accused me on the second time we went out she wanted to take me out to a specific spot in town here. And I told her, no, I don't want to go. We'll go to a coffee shop if you want to have a conversation. And she insisted we go out to this one place. So, of course, I'm very edgy. I do not go outside very often. I go very well. And especially not to areas I'm not familiar with. And at the end of it, she looks at me and she goes, you know, you're really rude. I said, how so? She goes, when you were talking to me there, you wouldn't even look at me. You were looking all over the place. I says, yeah. I says, you're the one that wouldn't listen to the idea of let's go to coffee. You wanted to go out in the middle of the outback, you know, in the middle of the field, on top of a mountain that I know exactly what's under it. Right. I said, and you're complaining that I was not paying close attention to you? I says, you're the least of my concerns. Right. Because where we went to sit and talk was all of about 5 miles away from an underground base. You know, a place that is known as a hotspot in this area. So she was, to say the least, a little less than happy with me. I think my comment about her government didn't really make her happy at all. But since they haven't been back, I'm not going to worry about it. You know?
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to get you both to hold on here because we are going to go to break at the top of the hour. R Keith Andrews is here for the ET Connection. He stops by at the beginning of each month to hang out, talk everything alien, and we got the Woo train rolling down the tracks here heading into hour number 3. We also say a big thank you to Mr. William Pullen, the man who believes that John McEnroe got jobbed by Bjorn Borg many, many times on the tennis court. Believe you me. Yes, William, our resident UFO historian. More of your questions on Spaced Out Radio coming up in hour 3 next. This show is fantastic tonight. Fantastic. Oh, we're at 112.
Yeah.
We're at 112 now.
All right.
I'm still way behind. If you guys want to go to the top of the hour, we may skip the news for this one. If the audience wants us to skip the news, we'll skip the news.
I don't have a problem with it personally.
I know. You enjoy this way too much. Way too much. I'll be right back, gentlemen. You guys talk away to the YouTube audience.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, the questions that come through here, William, in case you hadn't noticed, they can get backlogged in a real hurry.
You know, the fact that, you know, Dave has so much activity in the chat room, that's a huge deal. You know, yeah, I've been on another program. I only go on about 3 programs, counting Spaced Out Radio, because of the level of professionalism. You know, they did challenge the guests. They're open to other points of view. But Dave's program is the only one that really interacts with the listeners. You know, in a chat room, they allow the listeners to kind of steer the program in different directions. I think that's a big deal. I mean, I know when I used to listen to Art Bell on Coast to Coast, she would take a few questions, but not that many. In some places, they call in questions, but you know, it seems like a lot of other programs have they already have their own agenda set, and they want the program going a certain way. Take a few, you know, cursory questions, that was it, as opposed to what Dave's doing tonight. I think that's a really good way to play it, because so many times people listen to a program and a listener will have a question that's not answered on the air, and they have more inquiries to make, but if the conversation doesn't go in that direction, they're kind of left unsatisfied, as opposed to what Dave plays and what Dave allows the listeners to chime in directly. That's a huge deal. So
yeah, we try, and like I keep telling people, you know, the reality is there are times when people just don't get to their questions. So I keep telling people, you know, if you've got a direct question, absolutely ask. You know, like Ian, drop me an email.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I've even got my own YouTube channel running where I'm covering a lot of various things. I've got to get started on another form of it, if you will, to start dropping on Dave's channel because, well, there's just way too much information available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, the thing I'm missing is I don't have what you've got with the quantifiable scientific background to it. Right.
It helps, but I mean, you know, science only takes you so far. I mean, like I get pushback from people that are scientifically minded like I am. They say, well, you need to apply science to the UFO topic. Yes, but science has its limitations. Every approach does, even the woo. So it makes no sense to cast it aside, but everyone has to realize that, you know, everyone's different approach to this stuff only gets you so far. You know, it always leaves questions unanswered. So, you know, every time when I'm on Dave, and Dave is more wooey than I am, I'm more scientific than he is, we meet in the middle. And a lot of times we arrive at answers that make sense because we apply both sides of the coin. And it makes a lot of sense doing that. And in the UFO field, people don't do that often enough. They don't do that enough. You know, they're one or the other. It's very, very polarized. It makes more sense to come together, work together, to arrive at some answers than the way it is now. And will it ever change? I hope so someday. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, there's a couple of people I can get into real heavy-duty scientific discussions.
Yeah.
Essentially, mine's on theoretical. Yours is on the more practical side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a common sense look at it. I mean, you know, like the moon question about intelligent life there. Is there life on the moon? We haven't gone there in 40 years. We only went a few times. So we barely scratched the surface. So can we say there's no life on the moon? Absolutely not. We don't know. We haven't explored it enough. There's an atmosphere there. So, again, life as we know it wouldn't be on the moon. Why? Because we don't know it. That's a possibility, and we won't know it until we go back. But because those questions are unanswered, we haven't gone to the moon. Nobody can say really no to that question. Until you actually go and explore it, it's like the face on Mars.
Well,
it looks like a face on Mars. We won't know that's the face until we go. So, but the trouble is I'm a skeptical guy, but there's some skeptics and debunkers that are just closed-minded at all, and they just don't believe any of this stuff, and that's unreasonable. I mean, it's somewhere in the middle. You can't believe everything, but you can't discount everything either. It's somewhere in the middle where something's going on, something bizarre is going on. We need to come together and think about it. There's nothing wrong with a good scientific conversation, but
this is where I'm running into an interesting snag. People say we haven't been back to the moon in 40 years. From my standpoint, categorically misinformed. And that plus, of course, when they came up with the idea that Mars, they just put a rover on a few years back, that would have been news back in the 80s when they did it. But I
need to see documentation to prove that.
You got to do which?
I'm sorry?
Oh, did you say you need to see documented proof of it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with you.
In the UFO field, the trouble with unsubstantiated claims is that there have been people that have lied.
Couldn't agree with you more.
So I've learned my lesson to not accept things at face value until I have documentation in hand or some other level of proof. I've learned my lesson.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute here.
See, the problem I run into with it is back in the 70s, back in 75, I told people that scientists needed to look at the triple helix before they'd understand human healing. In late 98, early 99, they finally found it. Back in the early 80s, I was telling people that if you walked into a government office at that time, they could tell you exactly how much money and what denominations you had in your pocket.
All right, gentlemen.
In the early 2000s, they came out and explained how they were doing it then.
I got to cut you off here, Keith, because we're about to come back. Thank you to everybody who's participated in the super chat again tonight. We really do appreciate that. We got hour 3 coming up right now. Here's the music. Give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. We'd really appreciate it as well.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Kicking off the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. I appreciate each and every one of you tuning us in. Thank you so much to everybody listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across the continent and on the digital side on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Stevedorage. Stevedorage is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and listening up in Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, which we do at the back end of every show. Tonight, we bring in R Keith Andrews for the ET Connection. We kick off usually each month with Keith hanging on out talking aliens. It's a lot of fun. We're also joined tonight by William Pullen, our resident UFO historian. One is full woo. The second one, he's as wooless as beige pants. But nonetheless, we love them both here, gentlemen. Welcome back. Mark is going to kick off the audience questions once again. Keith, do aliens have sexual orientation?
Absolutely. Some are hetero, some are some are what is it called now? Dual gender. Some are asexual. it depends on the race. And of course, then you've got the ones that literally, what the heck is it called? Oh, I was going to call it myopia, but that's wrong. There are races, and I forget what the actual scientific term is, that literally they divide, much like the amoeba.
All right. Let's move on. Joe and his beautiful hair want to know about the Mobians.
About 40,000 years ago, mankind had evolved to the point of physical manifestation, as in they built everything by thought. And they reached a point where there were somewhere in excess of 10 billion people on the planet. They ended up colonizing Mobius. Mankind getting to space, this is not the first time they've done it. Okay. But about 40,000 years ago, they colonized Mobius itself. Hence why we call them Mobians at this point.
There we go. All right, let us move on here. Greco is asking on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Where did I put it now? Of course I lose it. Are aliens afraid of human alien hunters like Daryl Sims?
Depends on the alien, but usually they're certainly not happy with them. I mean, let's face it, humans are afraid of human hunters. Anytime you start talking about going hunting something, the people in question are seldom happy about it. But aliens on the whole are very edgy about humans on the whole, because of humans' capacity to actually, number one, manipulate zero-point energy, and number two, mankind's incredible curiosity streak.
Got it. All right. Life Dweller is asking, what are your opinions, gentlemen, on CE5 meditation? William, let's start with you.
I don't know what to think about it. I don't know. I've not spent enough time examining those claims and those scenarios to make an educated guess. So I don't know. It's fascinating to ponder the possibilities, but I do not know.
Perfect answer. How about you, Keith?
Clarification required. CE5, that's the issue of calling the...
That's contact. Like Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Like the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Well, Fifth Kind is like telepathy and all that kind of jazz.
Well, if we go with telepathy, it absolutely works. Okay, the problem is, with telepathy, and this is a massive misconception, telepathy works fine, except for the fact unless you speak their language, you're not going to understand what they're thinking, and you've got to understand their culture at the same time. Right. Otherwise, what you'll do is you can pick up their emotional state, which is a great idea until you realize that their emotions don't necessarily translate into human. So it's not likely as effective as people claim. Not on the whole.
Moving on, Stara, or Star A, is asking, do aliens see Earth as a vacation spot, Keith?
More classroom than vacation. Or in some cases, quite frankly, hunting ground. Although they don't do the hunting in the cities.
Little Marky Spender is asking on Facebook, will the aliens stop us before we become extinct, or will they let us kill ourselves off, then rebuild the planet?
If mankind kills itself off, there's no skin off their nose as long as they don't destroy the planet in the first place. Which is why they shut down nuclear wars.
Makes sense. Brutus is asking, do aliens have a sense of humor?
Absolutely, although it's a little sick and twisted on occasion. I mean, understand, from a vegan standpoint, they find it very comical the way that humans scream when you remove an arm. You know, they haven't quite figured. Well, vegans, you got to understand, have no sense of pain. So they've got no concept of the idea of anesthetic or painkillers or anything else. But they do find it entertaining the way that humans make such a fuss out about losing an arm.
It's because we can't grow it back like most aliens.
Well, actually, most aliens can't grow it back either. The vegans just happen to have that little ability.
Right. Stephanie is asking, how busy is Sedona, Arizona with aliens? I'll take that one. I would say ask that question to Melinda Leslie, who will be on the show. Let's see here. She's coming up on May 12th. And she has her UFO tour. She has never done a tour. I think she's done 2 tours out of like 2,000 that they have not at all had any UFOs fly over. And many people believe, including, I believe, Jim Semivan from the To the Stars Academy, believes there's some sort of portal over Arizona, Sedona, Arizona, that allows these UFOs to come in and out very, very frequently. It is a very strange thing, man. Very strange thing down there that I think we all, if we have an interest in UFOs, need to go check on out, because it is that important down there. Leah, or Lee, one of those 3. She's asking, were we built as in with nuts and bolts by aliens?
No. Built, technically the answer would be yes, but not nuts and bolts. Because of the timing and the amount of knowledge that had been forgotten, mankind was actually accelerated from the chimpanzee via genetic acceleration. But they were built for war, which is half the reason why mankind is as aggressive as it is. But they were built by the ancient races. Or more to the point, by one ancient race.
Okay. Mark is asking, who created the ETs? How did they come to be?
Given the number of different ETs that we've got, if we start with a simple one, the Drakes, they evolved millennia back. They had expanded their empire out quite a ways, but they ran into a war that severed off 2 other races, the Strazazians and the Tormanon, both of which are descended from the Drakes, but both of which evolved in their own right after they got cut off from the Drakes. Then you've got there's a number of the elementals that simply evolved as time went on. When you look at the merfolk, frankly, were land-based races that returned to the sea. And of course, there's a number of dinosaurs that, much as it's a well-known fact in certain circles, the dinosaurs evolved into the modern day birds. Some of them did not evolve into birds. There are branches that evolved into something far different. You know, much like chimpanzees evolved into chimpanzees, they kept on as chimpanzees. But chimpanzees are now evolving to the point where they're building tools and they're walking upright. Right. Now, that said, again, we're looking at a number of different races, and considering the numbers, the evolutionary patterns are definitively different in a lot of ways.
All right. Greco is asking, who's the alien bad boys?
Depends on who you ask. I mean, I'm not exactly overly fond of the Teklag. Mind you, they're the people that find that humans are kind of a nice little treat. You know, the other issue, the Xenon Now, the Xenon are probably one of your more violent type where it comes to humans. They're mechanoids. And they are not metabolic in nature. They are literally mineral in nature, with a very definitive downward look on carbon-based or life forms.
Very deep question by Human Carl here, who is asking, who is our God?
That is a very long conversation. Does he exist? The answer is definitively yes. Now, I'm going to go our God based on the idea of the fact that most humans believe in a God. They call them different names, but frankly, they're worshiping the same person or the same entity. But that dates back to way before mankind really has an understanding of.
All right, moving on here. Peanut Butter Rolls wants to know if Elon Musk is an alien. What do you think, William?
No. He was born and raised on Earth and evolved here. So, although he does have, he's got a rare combination. He's got some cash. He's got access to technology. He's kind of forward thinking and kind of embraces, I guess, the possibilities. I guess that's a good thing. I mean, people are using technology to push it forward. They have financial backing. That's a good thing. I mean, we mentioned his satellites earlier. That kind of effort may precipitate sort of interaction with aliens. I mean, it's a possibility. So, but as him being an extraterrestrial, no, he's human.
What do you think, Keith?
Oh, I absolutely agree. Phenomenal mind, but very caring.
All right, let's continue on. Shanna is asking, do aliens think we're just stupid humans?
Stupid, no. Naive, absolutely. And way too headstrong for their own good. Or for anybody else's, for that matter. General consensus is that mankind's curiosity is a danger.
All right, moving on here. Brutus is asking, is there a planet of women and are men their slaves?
Wait a minute, try that again.
Is there a planet of women and are men their slaves?
He's looking for the Amazonians. And only from a technical standpoint, but not the way that humans see the slavery. There are what's the word? The Amazonians are a definitive race. Okay, and they are a matriarchal society. Human and males do take a second-class citizen position. Okay, because even in that, the males in that society are seen as a second rate. They are used for, like, they're treated properly. They're not beaten, right? But they are primarily for either for reproductive purposes, or in some cases, because males have a tendency of being physically stronger, they're used usually for menial tasks. No male in that society is ever taught to fight. Okay, it's not even part of their thought process. Of course, in all fairness, since they're not treated poorly, the Amazonians do not turn around and they don't start looking for a way to break out of the bondage chains, if you will. The reality is, if you don't beat your slaves, they don't try and get away.
All right, Brutus is asking, are there mermaid people? I always thought we destroyed their home at Bikini Atoll.
The answer is yes, there are. When I refer to the merfolk, that's one of the offshoots of them. There's three types of merfolk primarily. You see the sea elves, the sirens, and the mermaids. Was there a lot of damage done over at Bimini? Absolutely. However, that's not the only place they live.
All right.
It was kind of comical when they decided they were going to start taking humans down to try and discuss things with them.
That could be a problem.
It was comical from my standpoint. From the humans that they tried it with, not so much.
Let's move on here. Life Dweller is asking, why didn't aliens help stop Fukushima?
Natural process. In other words, Fukushima was not threatening the planet itself, and the fact that a few humans were dying because of it, well, that was because of humans, shall we say, impatience and their ego. And the off-worlders looked at it and went, well, that's going to make a mess for them, but it'll be cleaned up eventually.
Okay. Moving on here, Peanut Butter Rolls wants to know, Keith, what's it like having dinner with reptilians?
Fortunately, they don't force me what they eat. But you want mess eaters, definitely fits the bill. It's not like with humans, because of the way that humans are built, they can keep their lips closed while they chew. Most reptilians haven't got a prayer of doing that, with one exception, the Chitauri. But most of them, it can be a little disconcerting, but fortunately they take it into consideration. That thing about respect is a very paramount thing, and they do pay attention to what they get to, who they've got for guests. Assuming you're not on the dinner table. If you're on the dinner table, that's another problem. They don't have a lot of respect for you.
I hear you there. Lee A is asking, so Keith, what you're saying is the ones that built us for war, are they themselves a warring race?
Not anymore. At the time they were having a global war, and they needed a race because they were so heavily outnumbered. Right, it was such a lopsided fight that they needed the backup. Right. But once that particular war was finished with, they abandoned the concept of outright battle. They still had their arguments and what have you. But war, and understand, when mankind talks about war, you talk about grabbing guns and shooting each other, or in the old days, grabbing swords and what have you and stabbing each other. These guys just use categorical wipeout. What humans call magic, these guys call commonplace. And for that matter, still do.
All right, moving on here because we only have about a minute. Let's see if we can get Angel or Nikki's question in here. Keith, what happens to a human who has the ability and uses it to destroy and kill aliens who abduct?
That depends on whether or not the aliens that he's killing react. Basically, it boils down to this. If a human has been abducted and another human says, I'm going out to take out the abductor, the overall alien perspective on it, according to the consortium, is this: if that human has the ability and the guts to go after the alien, knock yourself out. He shouldn't have been caught abducting people.
All right.
That's why the off-worlders are told to do it quietly.
And on that note, gentlemen, we got to head to break here on Spaced Out Radio. R Keith Andrews, the ET Connection continues. William Pullen is our guest as well tonight, the UFO historian. We love him all the way down from San Antonio, Texas, where I will be speaking, let's hopefully, fingers crossed, at his Wonderland UFO conference later this summer on August 29th in San Antonio, Texas. So make sure you come on down for that, because I want to meet you all. I want to meet you all. Let's pack the place up. More Spaced Out Radio coming up. You guys want to keep going, or do you want to call it the night? Up to you guys.
I got no problem with it, except for the fact I got to take off here for just 5 seconds. Well, a little longer than that, but you get the idea.
Well, I know Wilhelm's usually good.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
You're a man of many words. Man of many words.
Yeah. Although the minute the show is done, I'm gotta crash out.
Yeah. Well, I gotta do my editing. I gotta do my editing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll be good to get back to work after a few weeks. So that'll be great. So no, I've discussed we've been having meetings with the other organizers of the Wonderland Festival, the conference, and it won't be canceled. At worst, it might be postponed. But being that it's August 29th, that's quite a bit away. So we're hoping that, at least here in San Antonio, the COVID-19 issue is not really that big of a deal here. We haven't even had, 1,200 cases? And we've lost about, I think, 42 lives. So it hasn't, not that that's not important, that's 42 people that passed away, but having said that, the numbers, it's not out of control here. So I would think by August it'll be pretty much done, but I don't know. I'm not a medical professional, so I'm just hoping that we'll see what happens. But the attendees will love to see you out here, Dave. I'm looking forward to it. It's a good time.
Well, I can't wait to get there, man. I cannot wait to get there.
Oh, yeah.
It'll
be good stuff, And then the meet and greet the day before, Friday afternoon, we're promoting that like crazy in all these Texas Facebook groups, and we've been doing it online and local newspapers here in San Antonio. So it's a big deal. It's known about. We had just sort of 1,000 people show up last year, and that was the inaugural festival. So we only
1,000 people? 1,000 people?
Yep.
Man, that would be a
and we only promoted for about a month.
No shit.
We didn't have much of a budget.
No kidding.
I said, no, but there's no UFO conference in the middle of Texas. There isn't. There's the Edinburgh conference on the border with Mexico, and beyond that, there's MUFON chapter meetings, but there's no other conference in Texas. So we have the little niche cornered up. So we had a good turnout.
Right on, man.
We'll do this since November. So we have if this coronavirus backs off, we should have a ton of people there. So
that'll be cool.
That's what we added that second date. So
when am I speaking? When do you have me scheduled, slated in there?
I was going to ask you guys, because I usually open up the conference and then let the other speakers do their thing. So Larry Holcomb may have to pull out because of the virus issue, because he's 77, 78. So that's understandable. So I already have a backup speaker from near the area, but I haven't even determined the schedule. So whatever. Yeah,
what do you want me to speak about?
I'd like you to really push your qualifications as a journalist and how that relates to the UFO issue. See, that's a very important point of view. Because you and I know that's the perception some people push themselves. They portray themselves inaccurately in the UFO community. It's a huge problem. You are a qualified journalist. You're degreed in that field, so you're qualified to talk in that direction.
Technically diplomaed. Diplomaed in that field.
Diplomaed, yeah. And I apologize for the wrong word. But I think having you talk in that direction during a presentation, maybe not the entire presentation, but somehow bring that up along those lines would go a long way. Because a lot of my followers on my blog page are here in Texas, over 1,000 of them.
Right.
And they see my write-ups on that topic. So they're aware of the issue, and it's really not addressed in the rest of the community.
Right.
So, but beyond that, whatever attracts your fancy, I mean, whatever you think. And certainly your personal point of view as an experiencer is very important too. I'd like you to bring that up too, if you're comfortable with that. So.
Well, I'll bring that up a little bit, and then I'll get into.
Okay.
So what I'll end up doing is probably just tinkering around with my media talk that I gave in San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then when all the figures are done with their individual presentations, we're having a panel discussion at the end that'll last like 2 hours.
Okay.
We're all going to be gathering questions from the attendees as the conference goes along.
Right.
We have them in front of us, and we'll do that. So that's another opportunity to really interact. So it's gonna be good.
I just need someone there who could do my hair, man. That's all I need, because I got to have nice hair for the show there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, guys.
I might wear my hair down in your honor.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. All right, we're down to we got about 45 seconds here, guys. 45 seconds.
Yeah. I get a green tie. Yeah.
Green tie?
Green tie.
I got.
Yeah.
Do you want solid green? I got like 70 ties, dude.
Forest green would be cool.
Let me see what I got.
Kind of a thinner tie, like a 1980s thinner tie. If you have one.
Oh, why don't you just go with the fucking piano keyboard tie? Come on. All right. Wonderland UFO Festival. You can check it out on Facebook. We're going to continue on with the show right here. So let's continue on. Captain Shirk's going to kick my ass for skipping the news, but that's okay. Here we go, guys. Music's on. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to remind all of you that if you've missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including Rocking Out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show. My personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Normally at this time we go to the news. Captain Shirk is going to absolutely hang me after this, because she worked very diligently, but you can find all of our news, spacedoutradio.com. But due to audience request in our chat rooms tonight, and many of you terrestrially who haven't reached out, we still have R Keith Andrews and William Pullen here for the ET Connection, hanging on out as we continue to roll down the tracks on the Woo train. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. We're going to kick things off with Mark here, who is asking, what do aliens do for entertainment, Keith, like television or video games?
Again, it really depends on the race. Their idea of video game is on the whole, is literal combat training. I.e., like in the Air Force here, you have flight simulators and that sort of thing. Well, they use the real simulators, but they don't have. I mean, they do have an interesting game of wall ball, or what amounts to wall ball. It's actually a zero-G form. A lot of fun, a lot of interaction among various races. As far as video, as humans call it, no. They do, on the other hand, have interactive photon-generated holographic simulators. Basically, a three-dimensional or a virtual reality in solid form. The big difference is in their videos, in their holographic displays, you can actually get hurt.
Well, that sounds fun.
Oh, yeah.
I could see William doing that as long as it doesn't touch his hair. You know, that's the main thing.
Well, goatee, that's right. That's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's continue on. Devin is asking, hi, Keith. What ET race is associated with the Olympians in Greek mythology?
That would be the Nordics. And they are and the reality of it is they were here, and they were very much what people call the Olympians or the Nordic gods. They were literally the Nords, but the thing was, they got here before the consortium arrived. And when the consortium arrived, it said, okay, guys, enough is enough. You're not gods. Get off the planet and quit playing it. Right. It's like, and they literally turned around and said, you've overstepped. Go home, get off the planet, which is why all of a sudden the gods just vanished. Because they were basically told, you're overstepping, you're not allowed to do that. So leave the humans to fend for themselves. Absolutely guide them if you can, but enough of this issue of having them worship you.
Understandable. All right, continuing on, Corrins wants to know, are eyeballs a delicacy to some aliens?
Absolutely. But then in all fairness, eyeballs are a delicacy to some humans as well. I mean, let's face it, eyeballs do have the advantage of being soft. And depending on the pigmentation in it with certain races, different colored eyes have different flavors.
I hear you there. All right, let's move on here. Greco is asking, can aliens summon human ghosts, spirits, or demons?
Well, okay. Some of them can talk to them, certainly. There is no such thing as a human demon. There are other words for humans that are that way inclined, but the word is not demon. Demon is another race altogether. And you can call on a demon all you want. If it doesn't want to come, you're pretty much hooped. It's kind of like summoning a teenager most of the time. They come sometimes when you call them, but not often. Or summoning a cat.
Yeah.
But can some of the races and some of the individuals in the races do it? The answer is yes.
All right. I guess that's a good one. Let's see what else we got here as we continue the ET connection on Spaced Out Radio. Let's see here. Overbuilt is asking, how many alien kids do you have via forced or willingly made breeding sessions, Keith?
That I'm aware of? None. That said, I treat all of the kids the same way. So I get along with them. As far as I'm aware, I don't have any. Other than the only two kids I know of that I've got are both human. They both live here on Earth. One with me, one not.
And they're good kids, too. I've met them. You got great kids, man. You really do.
Thanks.
Not a problem. Not a problem whatsoever. Okay, let's move on here. Nikki is asking, what kind of aliens, or what race of aliens, pardon me, are the ones who are protective of human children? If not a race of alien, is there a being which does that? If so, what is the name of that being?
It's not a specific individual. There are a number of different individual off-worlders that will protect kids. Okay. And in all fairness, it really depends on the connection that the human has with that alien most of the time. Nothing like having a human body or an alien bodyguard to protect your kids.
How do we know?
Well, that's the neat little catch. Is most people don't actually know. They chalk them up to guardian angels or something to that effect. And Jonas are known for jumping in to help people. And yes, the angelists do have the ability to modify the optic range so you don't necessarily see them. The angelists, by the way, is the actual name for what you know as angels.
All right. Corrins wants to know, William, have there ever been any aliens show up at the Wonderland UFOs festival in San Antonio that you put on?
Let's see. I need to be scientifically objective with this. There were several humanoids dressed up as aliens. But if there were actually any questionable extraterrestrials, I was unaware. But I would like to think there might have been. There were some characters there that were a little out there. So I'd like to say yes. I don't know, but I'd like to say yes.
Oh, that's
now,
beautiful.
upcoming this year's festival, with more attendees, I see the chances are going up. Yeah, that's a scientific observation for you.
Mark is asking, Keith, how can we tell fellow humans from aliens?
Well, oddly enough, and this is going to sound way too complicated, they feel different. There's a different energy pattern around what you would call their aura. Looks different than with alien races than it does with humans. Even hybrids have a different aura to them. Now, as far as is there a way that if you will, the average everyday Joe can tell them apart? Not that I'm aware of. And by the way, just because somebody is a little out there or a little weird does not necessarily make them alien.
Of course.
All right. Greco is asking on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio, do the aliens prefer the humans or the dinosaurs?
That depends. Humans are lousy. They make lousy mounts. Some of the dinosaurs make really good ones. But there are some races that prefer the dinosaurs as to the humans. Depending on, again, it really depends on who you're dealing with.
Very nice.
See, you gotta understand is that aliens is such a wide array, that you end up with a little bit of an issue there.
Far out, man. Far out. Brutus is asking, so if we pluck the eyes out of evil people, they won't go to waste. We could feed the aliens instead.
Well, technically the answer would be yes. The problem is, how do you differentiate between a good person and an evil one? So I would not recommend that as a trading commodity.
I got you. All right. Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. She is asking, have you ever, Keith, stepped off a spaceship and free fell and back to Earth? Apparently this happened to her.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it stepped off, but a number of years ago, actually about 5, I was dropped and then missed the bed. And yeah, it was a free fall. My head caught I had a hexagonal table beside my bed. My forehead hit one corner, my shoulder hit another, and my knee hit the ground so hard it dislocated the leg. So have I free fallen before? Yeah, just not from the height that you're referring to.
All right. Moving on here. I got to say, I only had that once where I was dropped in my bed. Like literally, I came to about a couple feet off my bed and then slammed right down on top of my bed. That was freaky.
It's pretty disconcerting, isn't it?
It's freaky cool because you automatically know whether it was aliens or whether it was ghosts or demons or whatever it was, or the garden gnomes, that something weird just happened when you wake up in the air and you fall back into your bed.
Yeah, it's a little hard to argue the point at that point.
Oh, dude, it was one of the weirdest things I've ever had, man. Weirdest things I've ever had.
I'll tell you, it wouldn't have bothered me so much if they hadn't missed the bed altogether. You know?
What, you got slammed on the floor?
Well, like I said, my left shoulder caught the bed. My left shoulder and leg caught the bed. My forehead caught one corner of the desk. My right shoulder caught the other.
Oh, nice.
And my right knee hit the ground so hard it dislocated the leg.
Man. It's terrible. Terrible. And poor William sitting there like, gee, nothing cool happens to me. I never get to fall out of spaceships.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I never get. I'll tell you, though, when that happened to me, it rattled me. It rattled me. Like, I wasn't freaked out, but it just, like, there is that moment, guys, and Keith, you'll understand, and people who've experienced will understand, but for those who don't, there is that moment when you are free falling into your bed or just back where it is scary because you're like, what the heck am I doing up here? Like, I was looking at my ceiling. And, you know, I mean, you fall as fast as you can fall, right? I mean, I don't know the scientific speed to that.
144 feet per second.
Yeah.
If you terminal velocity.
Yeah. All right. I mean, it's just weird. It's absolutely weird when all of a sudden you are wide awake, you hit the bed, and you just pause and lay there for a couple of seconds, and you sit and you're just like, did this just happen? Because you're wide awake. You just don't fall back asleep. You're wide awake, and you're like, did this just happen? I can't believe this just happened. What just happened? Oh, it's freaky. It is absolutely freaky.
After I hit the ground, I just bust out laughing.
Well, you've done it once or twice. Let's go to.
Yeah,
not
expecting bed this time though.
Let's go to Peanut Butter Rolls here, who is asking, Keith, next time you go for a ride, can you take a camera with you so you can get a picture?
You know, I can't take a camera with me today and get a picture of anything. I can't get the dang things to work most of the time. But it's not like they stop and say, "Hey, take a picture."
True. Corrins is asking, are there any vegan aliens? To follow up, do vegan aliens judge those who are not vegan? Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
It is, but no. Yeah. Categorically, when you're dealing with other races, they look at each race and go, no, they are what they are. Right. But are there... Depends on your definition of vegan. I mean, you've got pretty much every walk of life and every diet capable. Now, myself, I don't entirely know what the entire diet is of a vegan, aside from the fact that humans are not designed to be that way.
Sparkles is asking, what do the SARS or the Caesarians look like? Their size, color, facial features, hands, feet. Are they thin, heavy, muscular? And how do they communicate? How long do they live? What kind of clothing do they wear?
Well, there's a whole pile for you. 7.5 to 8.5 feet tall. High density bones. They evolved on a high density planet, so they are armored. Heavy armor on the major muscle areas, finer muscle or finer armor on the hands and feet and what have you, on the joints. Communicate via growls and hisses, essentially. Or in the case of external, they've got a colored photoreactive collar that they use for communication when they're outside, when you can't hear what they're saying because of the winds. As far as their hands, three-fingered, one thumb, heavy talon. They are strong enough. They cannot use standard human technology because they'll just destroy it. To give you an idea of their muscle power, a standard medieval mace boiled down to a 2-pound ball of metal on the end of a stick Strazazians use medieval weaponry for personal combat, but their mace is approximately the same size as a medicine ball. Oddly enough, in the second book of the Elder Bocking Chronicles that I'm writing, the front cover has an actual Strazazian on it.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, we've only got about 2 minutes here, guys, before we gotta start to wrap things up here. Let's get to Brutus's question. Keith, what are the ones, I'm assuming alien species, that look like giant yellow jackets? What are they called?
I know the ones, and that one is one that I was just actually wearing. I think those ones are in the second volume here. And giant, well, I guess you classify them as giant. I mean, they're 6 feet long, but I'm just trying to remember what the name is. I know who you're referring to, and they are hive-minded, literally. Like they communicate in a very different fashion. And if you know anything about the way bees communicate, these guys do essentially the same thing.
Right.
But they are not aggressive.
All right. Let's sneak in one more question here. Greco is asking, do you know anyone who has been returned to the wrong house by aliens? That's a good way to end this one tonight.
I know of a few that did. Like, are they people that I personally hang around with? No. But I do know people that have been returned. I know of one person that was returned to the wrong country. That created a bit of a...
That would be interesting. William Pullen?
Yeah, especially get him home without any ID.
William Pullen, give us a quick shout out. Give us a quick shout out for Wonderland UFO. You know two. Oh, yeah. You know of two. Who?
Yeah, I have two. I took 2 abduction cases in the early 2000s where the abductee was returned to the next door neighbor's house.
Oh my goodness!
Different cities. One in San Antonio, one in Kerrville, Texas.
Oh wow!
So they were returned to the wrong house. Whether that was on purpose or not, I don't know. So, but
interesting.
No, shout out for the Wonderland UFO Festival that's here in San Antonio, Texas, August 29th of this year. It will not be canceled. It might be postponed because of the coronavirus issue, but as of right now, it's a free event. Saturday, August 29th. There's a public meet and greet with all the speakers the day before, which would be August 28th. My good friend Dave Scott is one of the speakers. I'll be one of the speakers there. So it's a free event, indoors, free parking. If you're in Texas, come on out.
All right. Thank you, William. Thank you, R Keith, for coming on the show. Don't forget, you can go to R Keith's website, Inner Voice Enterprises, to get his books right there. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everybody participating in our chat rooms tonight on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Facebook, the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, and on Twitter. The snarking was fantastic at hashtag Spaced Out Radio all night long. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for sharing your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Have a wonderful night, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. We're going to do it all again very, very soon. I hope you come ride the Woo train with us. Good night. All right, boys. Radio side is over. We're just waiting for the music to close it on down.
Good stuff.
William, that is... I didn't know you about that.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
My files are full of cases that I've collected over the years, over 35 years. So, yeah, I've got some interesting things out there. So when I heard that question, I'm like, well, there we go. There's the question I need to answer.
Holy shit. Like I really had never, the only person I had ever heard that had happened to was Stan Romanek. But I mean, later on we learned that you don't really know what you can and cannot trust. Hey, thank you, Mark, for the super chat there. That's awesome. But I mean, later on we found out you couldn't figure out what you could and could not trust with Stan because he was just all over the place.
Yeah. All over the place. Yeah, he was. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. No, there's there's so much out there with this phenomenon that there's a lot of bizarre things that have been reported. I mean, really bizarre things that can't be explained by science or the woo. Some really far out things. So, yeah, I mean, one of the witnesses that was returned to the wrong house, she's passed away since then. But the other one's still around, and haven't spoken to him in about 3 or 4 years, I think, if memory serves. But they're both returned to the next door neighbor's house. So explain which freaked out the neighbors.
Okay, explain this to me, dude, because I'm a little lost here. So they get taken, all right? They're returned. Yeah. Now, this is a couple that got taken, or individual people?
No, there were 2 different individuals. Yeah, one in San Antonio, one in Kerrville.
Okay.
Yeah, they were taken out of their bedrooms. They were both single people. They weren't married, so they lived alone. And they were both returned to the bedroom of the next door neighbor's house.
Okay, so 2
they
separate.
Were on the floor.
It was 2 separate instances.
They were years apart.
For everybody.
See you, Human Carl. Good night, Human Carl. Oh, that would scare the shit out of me. I mean, what did the neighbors say? Because was there noise, like kitchen utensils trampling and falling to the ground, and pots and pans banging?
No, it was no, nothing. There was no sound, no noise, nothing like that at all. No, they were simply deposited on the floor of the bedroom of the next door neighbor's house, and woke up, and the neighbors were obviously freaked out about it, wondering how they got inside the house. So
no shit.
And I was able to interview both neighbors. I interviewed the neighbors too. The neighbors weren't they were upset about it, but I was able to convince them to tell me what they witnessed, and they witnessed their neighbor waking up on their floor of their bedroom in their house. The neighbors never saw anything anomalous. All they witnessed was that their neighbor woke up on the floor in the wrong house. But it was the same scenario where there was, the abductee was taken. They had their experience. But beyond that, they were left off at the wrong house. So
that is insane.
I know of other researchers that have reported the same thing. Not that often, but it's not that rare either. I mean, it happens. So, yeah.
Oh, I know, and I can understand that. But could you imagine though? Like I remember, like when I wasn't even in this field. Okay, I just started having my own UFO stuff happen, and I knew nothing of this field. I knew nothing of anybody in this field. Okay, and all of a sudden, I learned about Stan Romanek. Okay. And, some of the stories he was telling, and then you research it, where like MUFON has investigated cases where people are coming home in someone else's pajamas and clothing and, men coming
Their
back.
Clothes are all backwards and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that is just insanely weird, man. Insanely weird.
It is. You can't explain it really. I mean, in earthly terms, I guess you could think that aliens really don't know how our clothes are supposed to go on. They're not aware of how someone's blouse or pants go back on. So maybe it's attributable to that. I don't know, but some of the details of some of these abduction cases are pretty bizarre. Wrong house, closing out of, or their clothing is off, or backwards or inside out, or they feel like a lot of the witnesses that I've talked to, and we're talking hundreds, they always vocalize they feel violated. Not like they've been raped, but like they've been touched. As if you were asleep in bed and I walked into your bedroom, I just kind of touched your body randomly around, and then I left. But you could tell you've been touched. You could tell you've been violated. Most of them talk along those lines. Not in a violent way, but they've been intimately touched without permission.
Well, see, I've heard that happen.
Kind of abduction,
Now, Patty Negri. Patty Negri has actually written stories about that. She's a psychic medium out of L.A., but she has actually written stories about ghosts who do that.
Yeah.
So could that be the same type of phenomena?
It could be. I mean, that's part of that rationale that there's some connection between different aspects of the paranormal. And I'm not sold on that yet, but there are things that kind of suggest that. So some things that are reported in the ghost paranormal apparition type field that are kind of similar to what's being reported in UFO abductions. And part of that case, part of that scenario might be that those UFO abductions may actually be hauntings, but they're misidentified.
Right.
So that's a possibility. Yeah. So, but there's certain aspects of the paranormal where you're talking cryptids or ghosts or UFOs that are similar to the other aspects. So it makes you wonder: are they connected at all or not? And we don't know. So,
Keith,
it's bizarre, man.
Keith, what do you think about that?
You're referring to about the being returned to the wrong place?
Yeah.
Well, it does happen. I mean, number one, it depends on what's going on, and that usually ends up happening because of a rookie. Fortunately, if you look at it percentage-wise, it's a very small number that get put back in the wrong place. Far higher frequency is the number that the clothes get put on wrong. But the other aspect, of course, is the whole 9 yards is interconnected. They aren't all necessarily happening at the same time, but the whole 9 yards is connected.
Yeah.
See,
so there's all these bizarre aspects of different things. Yeah, it's weird stuff to be reported, but because it's just vague enough, or it might have been misidentified, or it might be attributed to another aspect of the paranormal, like an abduction case may actually be a haunting, or vice versa. It's bizarre stuff, and you look at other researchers and they have no idea what's going on. Well, even ones that are experienced. So,
See, what people don't realize is a lot of the time what you'll have is you'll get a paranormal researcher go out to look into a haunting. What they don't realize is off-worlders also have their, if you will, paranormal researchers that also are trying to look at it. And that's where you can get a crossover really quick.
Mark is asking in the chat room if you or me, William, have seen the videos where Grant Cameron talks about apoports.
I have not seen them.
Yeah, I haven't seen them either yet. I've just been inundated.
I've heard a lot about them, but yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there's so much stuff out there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have not, so I guess I should at some point see what the deal is about. But yeah, you hear a lot about them, but you hear talk on the internet, on Facebook and Twitter about different content, different videos, different presentations made by researchers, and that becomes secondhand. It's really someone's opinion about a video, so I'd much rather see it for myself before making a statement about it. But we'll see. I mean, I should. All this time off at home, I should probably look at them.
I can tell you this: when I spoke with Grant Cameron, when he got back from Mount Shasta and they opened up a Zendra, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I would totally do that. And they walk in, and then handpicked people are hanging out and allowed to enter the Zendra to see the aliens on the other side. I would totally do that, man. totally do that.
Yeah, I bet you would. Sure you would.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure would.
Damn right I would.
Yeah, I know.
You go in with, I'll tell you though, you go in with your sphincter, buckled right up, put some duct tape on that. Nothing's getting in. But I'll tell you, I would so do that. I would so do that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's again, this is such a bizarre field, and it's human nature to be scared. It's reasonable to be scared of the unknown. So if you're going to go fly off in an alien spacecraft or visit somewhere where there's paranormal activity, that's a scary thought. You don't know what's going to go on. But at the same time, we live our mundane lives where we pay bills and go to groceries and hang out with a girlfriend and drive to work and raise our kids. And it's the same thing every day. It's nothing, it's special, it's memories, but it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's not anything really out there, really different. So the opportunity to experience the paranormal, I couldn't imagine myself not wanting to do that. I mean, it's different than everyday life. So, yeah, you want to go do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. My dad used to say the only thing that really worried him about my interest in the paranormal was that I have absolutely no fear of it.
Yeah.
He said that concerned him a great deal. That used to concern him a great deal. Not so much now he's dead. But, he said the fact that I didn't fear any of it was always a matter of major concern for him.
And that point of view, when researchers discuss, especially abductions, the UFO witnesses, abductees, when they're not afraid of the scenario, when they're not afraid of the situation, they give far better testimony because it's not emotional. When they're scared, they're emotional. They're drawing subjective conclusions from what they're experiencing. But when they're not scared of it, they can really make good observations about what's going on, and it's much more accurate. So that lack of a fear factor goes a long way.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I find some of it funny.
Of course, you're a weirdo.
You want to see something funny.
Yeah. Well, hey, Science. One second, Science Bob. It's 3:11 in the morning where you are, man. What the hell are you doing up? Science Bob said that I got some good news today. So many of you know. I'm just going to tell a quick story here. You guys can listen in here. No big secret. Many of you know that as I'm building Spaced Out Radio to be a business in the media area of this, I also work a different job. And I usually keep that part, what I do, privately. I keep a lot of stuff, private. And back on New Year's Eve, or back in September, October, the gentleman I worked for, who is one of my best friends here in town, pulled me to the side and he's like, I'm burnt out. I think I'm going to retire. I'm going to quit. I'm going to sell the majority of my shares in the company. I've got a buyer, and he wants to take over. He wants to be that guy. And I went, okay. I said, good on you. You deserve that. So after 2 days of working with this horrid human being, I said to my friend, I said, what did you get yourself into? And he's like, dude, he goes, just give it time, and you'll be fine. And I went, nope. I said, this is not going to end well. So anyways, on New Year's Eve, I was unceremoniously fired from my job. And my friend happened to be in Mexico at that time. And I called him up in Mexico. And I said, hey, boss, I said, your new guy just canned me. I've never been fired from a job since I was 18 years old. All right. And I was just absolutely stunned because, it's New Year's Eve. I'm literally hanging out. We're going over to a friend's house. And so long story short, I get a phone call at 9:38 this morning from my friend who says, Are you coming back to work? I said, I'll be there in a few minutes. So this dude who fired me unceremoniously, and I work in financing, okay? That's about, I know it's vague. There's a lot of different things out there, but that's kind of what I do.
Yeah.
And anyways, I was averaging in gross sales and production about $50,000 a month gross. And in a community my size, that's pretty hefty. I'm not too bad at what I do. I don't mean to brag, but yeah, I'm pretty good. And long story short, this gentleman took my position that was making about 50 grand gross a month for my company, and he turned it into almost $0 per month gross. And so today, my friend was in there, and I guess him and his managing partner had it out, and he goes, well, I've had enough of you, your ego and everything. See you later. So at 9 o'clock this morning, the guy who canned me was let go of his duties, and I got a phone call at 9, like literally, I woke up at like 9:36, and the phone call came in at 9:38. And he's like, you want to come to work? I got your job. He goes, your job's here. Come get it. And so I jumped out of bed with the most adrenaline that I've had in a long time. And thank you, Derek. This is the longest short story ever. And I went to I went to work today. And it felt good. And I can't believe in the 4 months that I have been gone, how much of a mess there is now that I have to clean up. But that's what I get paid to do. And I'm very, very happy and excited and ecstatic that my good friend thought enough of me to hire me back. So, you know, the downside of that is I've been really, really gaining a lot on the radio side over the last few months. I've been meeting great contacts like Science Bob and other people ever since San Francisco. I've been putting myself in this really good niche. We've picked up 2 new radio stations, and I'm trying to figure out some other stuff that we can do to expand our YouTube channel and everything like that. And, you know, it's been hard because, you know, a lot of people, like, I have to live too. And a lot of people out there don't understand the stress that I have to put this show together on a daily basis. Yes, I have Corey who does all my booking, and Corey has been phenomenal in helping me out. And I've we're trying to find the proper social media person to take a little bit of weight off of me and pun intended, people, pun intended. And we're trying to do all of these things at once. You know, John and Stacy on the weekends with Michael W. Hall and the rotation that we've had on the weekend show. That is stressful. There's a lot of stress that goes along with this. And in the meantime, I have all this stress. And with the COVID and everything like that, that kind of shut down picking up radio stations. It shut down us going after advertisers. It shut down a lot of this stuff. And, when you go from a job where you're making a very, very healthy living, and you go and you take away out of the household 3/4 of the salary. That sucks. All right. And what you guys don't know is, there are times over the last couple of years when all of this has been happening where I've literally had to, you know, I'm in my mid 40s, and I've had to hit up my parents for groceries. I've had to, at the last minute, you know, quickly throw some money on my credit card to get it under the limit so I could pay for the Spreaker account. I don't talk about a lot of this much because I'm really, really a proud guy. Okay. And, you know, but it's just like every time we start hitting a really good pace with Spaced Out Radio, there's something that just kind of, I'm not going to say derails it. That's the wrong term. But it slows down the pace. And right now we're dealing with the whole COVID thing, just like everybody else is out there. And so, like, excuse me, when my friend and my boss called me up today to say, hey, I want you to come back. It was phenomenal. Like I walked up to the dealership and I was like, is this something I want to do? Is this something that I need to do? Is this something when I get to my office that I want to be a part of? And it was like, yeah, I have no choice. So I gotta, once I get everything cleaned up in there and get my boss and I going on our pace again, then I will be able to, you know, hopefully get back on a roll with what we're doing here and everything that we're trying to accomplish on this end as well. So, I mean, it's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty cool. It is a prayer answered. Okay. For those of you who don't understand, I know I'm not a church guy or anything like that, but I'm a big God guy. I'm a very, very big God guy. And this is a prayer that was answered. And hopefully over the next little bit, even though I'm going to be extremely overworked, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be great. And I'm going to be able to pay down some of my bills so that way we can have our Vegas party next April like we talked about a couple of weeks ago. Now, the downside of this is there's not going to be as many late nights. Like I still have to edit the show and everything because I have to do that. So we'll hang out and we'll chat while I'm editing the show. But you know, I'm pretty much going to be pulling the plug right after that because I'm going to have to get to bed, and instead of sleeping in until 9:45, 10 o'clock, sometimes 11 because I'm just worn out, I'm going to be having to get up at 7:45, 8 in the morning to go to work and get home probably around 5:30, 5:45, eat dinner, come right into the studio. And that's going to be my life for the next little while. So I'm going to be in work jail, but I am not giving up on the show. I'm not giving up anything in regards to that. Hey, Science Bob, thank you so much, my friend. I know you're proud. I know you're proud. Hey, Aussie Rob, how's tomorrow looking? Actually, later today. How's later today looking? So, yeah. And so I'm not trying to disappoint. I just want to let everybody know that the late nights for me are probably going to be cut back because I got to conserve as much energy over the next few months as possible. And my first, well, exactly. My first goal, and intent is the radio show. But until the radio show is actually paying for me to have a living, and I'm able to pay back my investor, I'm able to pay down my bills and everything like that, man, I'm going to I'm going to be working really, really hard for my family, for me, and you know, I want to do the radio show full time. That is my goal. That is my dream. And how many times do you get to live your dream? And doing this show, talking about aliens and UFOs and entertaining people. I mean, fuck, this is what I'm fucking born to do. This is what I'm born to do. So long ago. But I want to do this. I don't want to do what I did before. But on the flip side, I haven't been on a vacation in 7-8 years. I don't consider getting away a weekend getaway to Vegas a vacation. I'm saying a real vacation. I haven't done that since 2011. Just haven't been able to do that. There's a lot of stuff I haven't been able to do. And I've put it all into this show, every single penny that I have. My investor has put in a lot of money into this show. And we're not cutting back hours. We're still going to be 3 hours. The only thing I see getting cut back right now is the after show, and I know all of you guys will understand that. But the key is right now, no, I'm not cutting my hair. I already told them I'm not cutting the hair or the beard. Oh yeah. But the guy I work for is a true blue, honest, great guy, human being, and I'm very blessed to have him in my life. I really am. And when you have a friend who is not only your boss, not many people get to say that. I do. And like I said, I'm going to be very, very tired over the next little bit, and I'll feed off your guys' energy. But I will say this, it's going to be nice to be able to look at my bank in the next few months once we get going. It's going to be real nice to actually look at my bank account and not see a bunch of zeros or wonder how I'm going to pay my credit card so I can pay down my Spreaker account or pay the balance or the minimum payment on my credit card for a while. So, that's what I got to do it. I have no choice. But we're going to do the show 5 days a week. I mean, I've done it before. And I'll continue doing it. I don't have a problem. I'm a workaholic, and this job really isn't like work. It's a lot of fun. The problem is the more we're on a business side right now, there's a lot of little things that need to be done, whether it's our social media. And I was just talking to someone yesterday, and I'm going to keep this a little bit secretive, but I was talking to someone yesterday about how we can improve to put more features on our YouTube channel. That's really going to get people viewing and probably hopefully add more subscribers and everything like that. My goal by the end of the year, and it's an extremely, extremely lofty goal, but thank you so much, Dev, and much love and gratitude to you as well. Thank you. But my goal by the end of the year is to have 20,000 YouTube subscribers, if not more. Do I think we'll get there? No. But you never know. If we do the right things, it can happen. And if I can take some stuff off my plate and delegate to other volunteers, because right now everything is a volunteer with Spaced Out Radio, we're going to do it. So, yeah, that's my spiel. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Good thing.
Great news about the job. Good stuff.
Yeah. So I'll be give me an example. I will be up at 8:30. So in 7 hours, or 8 hours, I still got some work I need to do here because I've been chatting and I haven't downloaded the show. Well, I've downloaded the shows and edited them, but I got to transfer them now. But I'll be up at 8:30 in the morning. There's such a mess that I have to clean up that I'll be at the office on a closed day tomorrow. So that way I can get things done and help get everything cleaned up. That's what I do. I'm an ass kicker when I need to kick ass, and I want to, my son is, I'll give you an example. My son is 6 years old. I want to see his face at I want to see his face at Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? And I want to see his. I want to see the look in his eye that every kid should have, and at my age where I am right now, I should be able to provide that. And it sucks when you look at your age and you look at everything you've accomplished and what you haven't, and you take those steps backwards. It sucks. It sucks big time. But I know I'm meant to do this show. I know I want to do this show, and I am going to do this show. I'm way too stubborn, way too naive, and way too handsome to give up on this. And that's the way it's going to. And that's the way it's going to go. There is no choice.
Good work. Good man.
Yeah. I believe in.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I need to get to rest. I need to get 3 hours of sleep before getting to my job. So on the courts. So
sorry about that.
Thanks again for having me.
All right, buddy.
And gentlemen, you get some rest. Be safe, gentlemen.
All right.
Nice meeting you there.
All right, Keith. We'll
Great to meet you, man.
Keith, I know you got to get going too here, so I'll let you go as well, Keith. Thanks for a great show tonight, buddy.
Not a problem. Thanks so much.
Appreciate
it. I will talk to you very soon about another option or another idea here.
Absolutely. I'm always here, brother. You take care.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Take care, William.
That's it. That's the story. Thank you, Science Bob, for breaking the confidentiality agreement there. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I don't mind sharing that story. I really don't. But I mean that's the reality of everything, and I hope that, like, my goal is to still do the show. My goal is all about the show, and that has not changed whatsoever. You guys, you guys have have no idea the impact that you have on me, right? And coming in and, seeing these numbers go up. I mean, just remember, guys, 3 weeks ago on YouTube, like, we've only been doing this for like 6 weeks. But 3 weeks ago on YouTube, we were still at like 35, 40 people. Now we're averaging like 100 people a night. I mean, that is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Right? I mean, we're growing. But the unfortunate part about it is I got to pay my bills. And you can't do it making $2-3 on a t-shirt, and I'm not jumping those prices. Okay, but you can't do it making $2-3 on a t-shirt and hoping for commercial time. And you can't live off your space travelers, because that's what pays your internet and your Spreaker account and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's the reality. That is the reality. So, yeah. It's kind of cool. So if I go to our viewer, let's see, what's the analytics here? There's 82 current viewers. We've had 618 people view tonight's show just on YouTube. The average viewer is watched for 31 minutes. That's just tonight. Right? I mean, it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Like, amazes me, that's for sure. Absolutely amazes me. Maybe it is longer than 6. When did we start this? Maybe it's 2 months. It hasn't been since, I think we started at the beginning of February or somewhere like that. Mid-February? I don't know. Somewhere like that. Oh, yeah. But you got to realize we are growing. We were growing, and it's really because of all of you guys. It really is. You guys are spreading the word. You guys are having fun. You guys are doing everything that you guys want. You found a home here, and we're always appreciative of everything, and you know, it's a good run right now, man. It's a very good run. You know? So yeah, thank you, Big Cat. I know I'm doing, I know you guys enjoy my time as much as I enjoy your time. But I mean, that is the big thing, is we all just come together. I mean, eventually Hot Tub Eve will invite us all into her hot tub and we can have a big spaced out radio party in her hot tub. But until that happens, we got to make shit work. We got to make shit work. And there's going to be some decisions made here over the next little while that'll take some stress off of me and some stress off of what we're doing, some stress off of Corey. And by the way, Corey is a fantastic guy. I mean, we should probably, we should do this. Hold on. Because we're going to need this. Yeah, there it is. We should probably all have a little look at Corey's mustache here. Look at that badass. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? So let's just admire Corey's mustache for a minute and his hard work that he does on every show and helping me get the guests. I mean, Corey has no fucking clue how much stress he takes off of me. No idea how much stress he takes off of me. Oh, I'll get some sleep. I'm still waiting for the shows to finish transferring, Lee A. So I will get my rest. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I average about 6-7 hours of sleep a night. Oh, look at that, man. Look at that mustache. Look at that mustache. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. We'll just leave that up for a little bit. Yeah, Corey does incredible work. He really, really does incredible work, and it's takes a lot of pressure off of me where I don't feel rushed anymore. Right? Was it 3 months ago already? Oh, the live chat. Yeah, I was doing the live chat off of my cell phone, but we started actually broadcasting shows, I think, 2 months ago. I know. You should be blushing, Corey. You should be blushing. But, yeah, I mean, you get good people to help you out, and, you just kind of push it, right? You push. You have no idea. Where are we here? So, yeah, that is... I appreciate that, Aussie Rob. Get Steve Ishtal. He's blowing up. You need to see the other side of the coin. Bigfoot cover up. Oh, hell yeah. Steve, I'm waiting for something there. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but I'm waiting for something there with Steve. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Eve, when's the hot tub party? When is the hot tub party, Eve? I'm looking back at our message. Looking here. Let's see here. Where are we? Greco, I am so going to come to your restaurant one day and we're going to drink ouzo. That is one of my goals. I've put that on my bucket list, man. I put that. Play with crypto. I got a bunch of friends who do that. They've had some luck and they've had some downturns. Right now, I just want to see every month my credit card balances going down. That's what I want to see. I want to see my credit card balances going down. I want to be able to get back to where I was. That's my goal. And we'll get there soon. It's just a matter of taking the time to do it. Okay. Eve says, any time for the hot tub party. It's clean now. Oh, after about noonish, since I have to fill it up and run vinegar through it. Okay, so we're all going to party at Eve's tomorrow after 12 p.m. I don't know. Science Bob, bring your cape, please. Science Bob, we'll need your cape there. What time zone are you in, Eve? We need to know this stuff. Can I even turn that on tonight? Shit, I forgot to turn that on. Oh, well. What is pump and dump? It's the safest way. I don't get that. Oh. So, anyways, we're all going to party at Eve's house. That's what we're going to do. A party at Eve's. I will say this, though. I actually shaved today. I actually took a shave today. I called Science Bob up. I sent him a text message. And I'm like, fuck, I had to shave today, Science Bob. And he's like, what? I'm like, no, I didn't touch the beard. Am I going to live stream any of John Tenney's lecture on Sunday? Probably not. I have some things I need to take care of for the radio show and everything like that. So I don't. I'd love to. I'll see. I'm going to try and get in there. Dave and the hot tub. Grandma Rose says she'll be. Fuck yes. You bring Grandma Rose. Hey, FAP, when we do our Vegas party next year, our Spaced Out Radio Vegas party in April, okay, you have to bring Grandma Rose. There is no choice. You have to bring Grandma Rose to the Vegas party. Make me that promise, FAP. Make me that promise. I want to hang out with Grandma Rose in Vegas. All right. Her and I are going to go play roulette. I don't even play roulette, but I think her and I got to go play roulette. And then we're going to go slam tequila at some center bar of a casino. That would be awesome. So Eve said, she lives in SoCal. So, you have nice crows and lots of birds. I got big ravens here. Big ravens. Oh, the other day I actually saw a beautiful falcon fly over my backyard while I was back there. That would be awesome. No farting in the hot tub. That's right. Eve says her girlfriend was over, super fun, and she said something derogatory about the crows. And when she did, I thought, oh no, don't be a vibe against the crows. No, the crows know how to individualize. Crows are really smart. Now, my ravens, it's funny watching the ravens around here because they sit on all the upper trees and they bug my dogs. And I think it's part of the game that they play. Wouldn't that be awesome? So, yeah, our Vegas party is going to be great. All right. FAP and Grandma Rose are in. That is awesome. Fap and Grandma Rose are in. Does anybody just want to reach out and touch Corey's mustache? And we were sitting and this huge crow flew right overhead, super close with something. We heard the woozing of its wings. Oh, that is close. That is close. Yeah, we're going to hang out. We're going to party. So, yeah, shit is coming together. I just got to hold up my end of the bargain here and go from there. I got a crow crystal skull the other day. That's kind of cool. Butterflies, hummingbirds. Our hummingbirds just arrived. Oh, funny story last year, because on my patio, I have 2 strawberries that you hang down and then you fill them with the sugar water. And last year, fucking hummingbird, first hummingbird of the year, goes and tries the one, tries the other, flies back to the original one, looks into the window, which is right at my master bedroom window, sees the humans around, starts tapping on the window, say, like, where the fuck is my food, people? Where is my food? So we had to rush outside, grab the strawberries, rinse them out, get them all ready, put them back up there. Within a couple of hours, he was a happy hummingbird. Happy hummingbird. Oh, yes, it'll happen. I know it'll happen. I just need COVID-19 to end. Yeah, we got some we got turkey vultures up here. Turkey vultures, the minute there's like a deer carcass or any carcass, the turkey vultures are all over the place. Oh, one's done. I got a few minutes yet. COVID-19. Oh, how funny is that? Marty, I know you're listening. Veteran Marty. Yeah, we're looking at coming down next April for a spaced out radio party. Why don't you come join us, Marty, in the chat? Come on, Marty. You can do it. Log in. Come chat with us. Because we love Marty around here. Marty lives in Vegas. Been following us for a couple years now. Fantastic guy. Vietnam veteran. Ass kicker. His wife and him are good people. I've never met the wife, but he tells me that she's a wonderful lady, and I'm going to believe him. Oh, Gutter. Hey, buddy. That was a lot of fun. Look at that. Wow, dude, you didn't have to do that. You totally didn't have to do that, bro. Thank you. Hey, that was a lot of fun with Richie today, man. That was a lot of fun with Richie. It was great to actually get to chat with you privately a little bit there as well, man. You're a good dude. You're a really good dude. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Hey, dude, was that your bar or was that a bar you worked at? Because that place looked pretty awesome, man. From when you showed it, it looked pretty cool. So thank you so much, Gutter. I appreciate that, brother. I totally appreciate that. I'm going to thank Corey's mustache for that, too. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. What else we got? That's just really nice. Thank you. Really cool. Well, Corona turned all on the crowd, and now I'm standing up. I'm better off with the government funds. Save me. Oh, dude, you weren't rude. You weren't rude. I don't take that shit very seriously. But I'll tell you, all of you on Twitter, you need to follow Science Bob, though. Bob_McGuire, and then a bunch of code letters there. Because he's got like a spy name on there. Seriously, his SkyHub team, that's the real shit, real deal right there. Make sure you follow Bob. You can find him on my Twitter account and follow Bob and their project, Sky Hub. It's going to be awesome. Hey, Alan. Hey, great to have you joining our chat, Alan. Thank you for coming on in, man. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. I'm gonna disappear for like a couple seconds here, everybody. I honestly, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't leave. I know there's 77 people here. I know you're here. I'll be right back, though. Bear with me. All right, boys and girls, I am back. I just got to email this. Okay, let's see. All right. There we go. Yeah, man. Hey, Alan, thank you so much. Come into the chat room more often, man. We'd love to have you here and joining the team. Hey, Derek, how you doing? Good to have you here. So I'll spend another 10, 15 minutes with you guys, and then I'm going to have to get off to bed here. But no, I mean, I have a lot of fun doing what I do, guys. And I mean, when you get to meet the people that I do through this field, it makes it all worth it. It really makes it all worth it. Oh, thanks, Science Bob. Science Bob says, now drop the stress, Dave. Heal the gut and become the star you were meant to be. We're all behind you. I got this, man. I totally got this. Yeah, I mean, I love each and every one of you. I really do. And yeah, Rob, we're going to need a picture of the ham hocks pretty damn quick. It's been a while since I got one of those, but no, it's been real, man. It's been really real, and no, today was a fucking surreal day, man. Today was a surreal day. Eve, is dog tired? If I don't come back to life, I collapsed. That's hilarious. Oh, hey, everybody, dude, that's the field we're in, Gutters. He says, sorry, I'm rude. Sometimes I don't trust people. Hey, we'll hug next time, man. We'll hug next time. Night, Greco. You have a great night. Thanks for staying up late, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're advancing. We're becoming a player in this field. It's just a matter of everybody just coming together, and being a family and doing a lot of the fun things, man. And like I said, I'm planning on expanding the YouTube channel a little bit. Hopefully it'll create some new viewers. And so now that I'm back at work again, Sunday is going to be a very, very busy day for me. I'm just planning it out this weekend. Please take the mustache off. If you mean it, okay, I'll take Corey's mustache off. All right, that's enough of Corey's mustache. There you go. There you go. Good night, Lie. Love you. You take care and have a great weekend. Okay. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna, if that's the case, I'm going to be getting a green screen that'll be behind me here, and we're going to be changing up the logo you guys see, and we're going to open it up a little bit, and then we're going to end up doing some videos, I think, and go from there. So it'll be really cool, and hopefully we'll be able to take advantage. And when I say we, I think, like my good buddy Richie G. I don't have your pay. Oh yeah, I gotta grab that. Hold on, Corey. That's a good idea. Between Richie G and myself, hopefully we can gain a lot more viewers now that other people are, not doing so well in this field, and hopefully we can bring some credibility and everything that is much needed in this field. Oh, Rob gives a nice shot of the ham hocks there. Oh, that's beautiful. High quality ham hocks right there. High quality ham hocks. Hey, Biggie. I was accidentally. Oh, yeah. See, that's type of shit, dude. That's just going to get removed. Like, you can hang out, Biggie, but I mean, don't be an idiot, okay? We don't do that around here. We don't. So, I mean, if that's your thrill on a Friday night to go put idiot comments like that, yeah, not here. Try it somewhere else. Come hang out with us and just be one of us. If not, out of here. Yeah, so we're gonna get. I just gotta find it, Corey. Hold on. Where is it here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, let me just save this. You guys will like this. So this is a painting Corey's daughter did for me. This is awesome. I love this stuff. You know, I have everything that listeners have sent me. I've never thrown out. Where is it here? There it is. So I'm going to move this over here. I'll extend this a little bit. This is awesome. Look at that. Old Davy there with the blue hair riding the great white shark. Are you going to have a green screen spaceship? No, it's not going to be something like that, but I don't know what I'm doing for the videos yet. I got to plan them out. I got to storyboard them and just see where we're going to go. They're going to be like quick hits. I got to figure out how to put them all together. Yeah, look at that. So Corey's teenage daughter painted that for me. I'm so proud of that. So kick-ass proud of that. Carl there. Right? Look at that harness I got on the great white shark nose there. That is so sweet, eh? Oh, that's my Marvin hat? Oh yeah. I didn't even notice that. Then you got the Sasquatch and the moose. I think is that a rabbit back there on that asteroid? Is that what that is? That's fucking awesome. That is just fucking awesome. I love this. Yeah. You know, like, hold on, I'll show you this one too. Like, I got that one. Where is it there? Sorry, I just gotta straighten it out. I got that one from a 9-year-old listener in Scotland. There we go. And the cool part about it is, like, right here, it looks like, where am I here? Right there. I know it's hard to see, but it looks like the head of Carl. She painted the head of Carl inside the spaceship. And she did this for a school project, and then she sent it to me. So when I get that one, I can't wait to show that one off too. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Oh, Science Bob just sent me a picture of his beard. Oh, that's coming in nicely there, Science Bob. Coming in real nice. Real nice. That's real beautiful there, Science Bob. Here, we'll give you a shot of Science Bob's beard right there. Look at that coming on in. Hold on, let's see if we can get it out of the light here. Look at that. Oh, wrong way. What the hell am I doing, Dave? Wrong way. Right there. Look at Science Bob's beard. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm so happy. I'm real happy with that. But anyways, everyone, I am going to shut things down because I am going to be going to bed here. I appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for your love, your support, and everything that kind of goes through that on a daily basis. Corey, I'll be calling you tomorrow, and I have to get going here because I got to be up in like 7.5 hours, and I got a bunch of shit I need to do to clean up the mess at my new old work. Or old new work? New old work. So I will talk to you guys on Monday night. And hey, just so you all know, there will be a replay tomorrow night for John and Stacy because John is out of town working. So there will be a replay. Michael W. Hall will be live on Sunday. So I do apologize about that, but we'll make things work. We'll have a good weekend here. We'll get a replay going tomorrow night, and we'll have some fun. So I appreciate all of you. Much love. Science Bob, I'll give you a call tomorrow too, probably in the afternoon, which would be maybe late afternoon, early evening.